Chapter 838. David was exhausted. He hadn't been so exhausted in a long time. He couldn't rest for 10 days and had to stay close to the back of the sonic iron beetle at all times. Although there was no air resistance in space, he would feel the impact of space energy every time he broke through space and entered the void for millions of kilometers. In the beginning, David could still withstand the impact of space energy, but after a long time, he inevitably became tired. When he felt the energy waves of the Lord communication portal in the space pendant, he scanned it with his mind power. Previously, there had been people who had contacted the Lord communication portal, but they were all top nobles who he didn't know. This time, David's mind power sensed a message and a contact request from Lord Gould. He took out the communication portal and checked the message. The message was for him to not take action first, as there were new situations. David patted the sonic iron beetle gently and made it stop temporarily before accepting Lord Gould's contact request. "Lord Gould, what's the matter?" David asked first. "Arthur, it's great that you're all right." Lord Gould heaved a sigh of relief. He then said, "I didn't tell you some things previously because I was afraid that you would be impulsive, but now I have to tell you. According to my investigation, the mastermind who ambushed you is Speaker Abe. The 6 top nobles only accepted Speaker Abe's mission and sent their level 5 Holy Temple Knight to carry out the mission. I suspect that it's a trap on Jenner Planet. You must be careful and not fall for it." Lord Gould didn't tell David about Speaker Abe's situation previously because he was worried that David would be too impulsive and seek revenge on Speaker Abe. Speaker Abe had been in charge of the Supreme Council for many years, and his hidden strength was unfathomable. Lord Gould didn't want David to take the risk. However, if it was really a trap on Jenner Planet this time, it meant that Speaker Abe had attacked David again. Gould had to inform David and remind him to be careful. "Thank you, Lord Gould. I haven't gone to Jenner Planet yet. I have some things to deal with at the moment. I'll decide what to do after I'm done," David said gratefully. "You are alone and weak, so you must be careful. You are still young, so don't be in a hurry to take revenge. If you need my help, don't hesitate. You and I are bound together for good or ill," Lord Gould advised. David nodded. He understood Lord Gould's good intentions. Even though Lord Gould had a close relationship with him, it wasn't easy to persuade him to take revenge, especially when it came to the matter of revenge. Lord Gould knew that it wasn't realistic to stop him from taking revenge, especially when it came to his decisiveness in killing. Things went beyond many people's expectations. After another 10 days, even Speaker Abe could no longer stop the level 5 Temple Knight from leaving. The level 5 Temple Knight could not stay on Jenner Planet indefinitely. They could not see the hope of Duke Arthur falling into their trap, because there were already rumors among the aristocrats about their arrangement on Jenner Planet. In the end, Speaker Abe's trap plan was aborted midway. There was no news of Duke Arthur at all. Some people even suspected that Duke Arthur had perished together with Lord Marcus. However, there was no conclusive evidence. No one dared to go to Gammy Planet to verify. On this day, David finally returned to Gammy Planet. After 20 days of space travel, the first thing he did when he returned to Gammy Planet was to fall into the soft bed in his bedroom. Even when he was sleeping, David separated a soul doppelganger to control the power of blood to hold the space fragment. The next morning, he opened his eyes. The exhaustion of 20 days of continuous special space travel was swept away, and his energy was completely restored. Only then did David have time to slowly organize his gains. First, of course, was the space fragment in his hand. He could not keep it in his hand all the time. David was familiar with creating a secret room with a safe house attribute. 100 kilometers away from the castle, he chose an inconspicuous mountain peak, activated the underground sneak talent ability, and entered the mountain peak. The underground sneak ability controlled the mountain rocks to build a cave without an exit in the center of the mountain peak. Then, he drew an ancient isolation pattern on the wall of the cave. The effect of this ancient isolation pattern was better than today's isolation pattern and isolation circle. It also made David feel more at ease. Of course, In addition to the ancient isolation pattern, David also left a set of Interstellar Federation monitoring equipment here. It was controlled by an intelligent system. Once there was any abnormality, it could be notified. David drew a few energy patterns on the ground of the cave. By extracting the energy from the top krypton crystal, it produced a few stable energy that could hold the space fragment. Finally, he could hold the space fragment without using his hands. He shook his hand and looked at the space fragment in front of him. He was very satisfied with his arrangement. Using the underground movement talent ability to open up a cave, no one would be able to find any trace of it from any part of the mountain. Coupled with the effects of the ancient isolation formation, as long as one's luck wasn't too bad and the mountain peak was destroyed, revealing the cave inside, this place wouldn't be discovered. David reached out and pressed his hand on the space fragment. He felt the space change. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in the space fragment. He stepped on the ground and felt the rich energy here. He had the thought of immediately training here. However, David didn't do so. He had to explore the 3 altar-like buildings. Only by eliminating all possible dangers would he be able to cultivate here with peace of mind. Whether it was the Gamma planet or the space inside the space fragment, no one could see it. Therefore, David did not have any scruples. He spread his wings and flew to the 3 altars in the center of the small continent. Standing in front of the altars, he could vaguely see the reinforcement pattern on the surface of the altars. It was to prevent the altars from weathering and make them last longer. David could not guess the function of the altars. He did not see any sacrificial patterns or any symbols related to the gods. Part of his mind went into the shadow attendant's body. Then, the shadow attendant went through the surface of the altar and went inside. After passing through the 1-meter-thick wall, there was a dense ice fog, which made the temperature inside extremely low. David felt a trace of life through the shadow attendant's perception. It was a real trace of life. If he did not go inside the altar, he would not be able to feel it. The shadow servant flew in the direction of the life aura. Due to the influence of the ice mist, the shadow servant's eyes, which could see in the dark, could not see anything further. When the life was in front of him, David saw a person through the shadow attendant's eyes. It was a person lying in a crystal coffin. David controlled the shadow attendant to go around the crystal coffin and check the layout. Finally, he understood the purpose of the altar. It was not an altar at all. It was a life support retreat. The person in the crystal coffin in the center was the person in retreat. The shadow attendant put a hand into the ice coffin and pressed it on the person's body. Then he pulled his hand back. Just as he had guessed, this was a level 5 knight. A level 5 knight in retreat. But unlike the secluded 5th rank temple knights David had heard of, the 3 buildings here could let a 5th rank temple knight in seclusion live for a longer period of time, just like a freezer. The Interplanetary Federation also had refrigeration techniques. Only, in order to refrigerate a person's body, one had to use the corresponding genetic repair solution. Otherwise, the freezing effect alone would cause the genes to be destroyed. David was certain that the great world of God in front of him, which had many alchemical runes, was even more effective than the Interstellar Federation's refrigeration techniques. This level 5 knight's body was in a state of suspended animation. It wasn't truly in a frozen state. Rather, it was in a state where the body's functions were infinitely close to being still, but it was also slowly living. In this state, if a level 5 knight only had 10 years left to live, he would be able to live for 1,000 years here. Perhaps after being awakened, a level 5 knight would only be able to fight for a few short days, but that would be enough. The Interstellar Federation's refrigeration techniques would cause a knight's bloodline to go out of control. In other words, they wouldn't be of any use to a knight. David understood that this was one of the trump cards of the Baruch clan. When the Baruch clan encountered a major crisis, they would be able to activate the 3 level 5 temple knights in the spatial fragment. Given the combat power of these 3 level 5 knights, they would be able to deal with a crisis for the clan. Afterwards, they would be able to rely on the resources within the spatial fragment to allow the clan to rise to prominence once more. It could be said that the ancestors of the Baruch clan had been extremely thorough in their calculations. Only, they hadn't expected that someone would take away the spatial fragment as well, causing all of their preparations to be for naught. David controlled the shadow attendant to retrieve a light, long sword of the 5th rank from his interspatial ring. The shadow attendant wielded the light, long sword of the 5th rank, then pointed it at the heart of the level 5 Temple Knight. If this level 5 Temple Knight still had the ability to think, and if his body wasn't in a dormant state, then even if the shadow attendant wielded a light, long sword of the 5th rank, it wouldn't be able to injure the level 5 Temple Knight. Given the strength of the shadow attendant, using a light, long sword of the 5th rank to try and break through the bloodline energy of the level 5 Temple Knight was futile. But the level 5 Temple Knight in front of it was completely relaxed, without the slightest bit of defense. Even the vast majority of his bloodline energy was within his sea of consciousness, with only a tiny bit circulating within his body, maintaining the connection between his body and his bloodline energy. This tiny bit of bloodline energy moved extremely slowly. All the shadow attendant had to do was to avoid the flow of the bloodline energy, and it would be able to stab the light longsword of the 5th rank into the body of the level 5 Temple Knight. David didn't plan on awakening the level 5 Temple Knight. There was no need for that. He didn't want to face a battle machine that didn't have the ability to think at all and only knew how to kill. The light longsword of the 5th rank pierced through the skin, through the flesh, and into the heart. Throughout the whole process, the level 5 Temple Knight didn't react in the slightest. Just as David was guessing whether this level 5 Temple Knight would have a soul for the shadow attendant to absorb, the shadow attendant actually absorbed a soul from the level 5 Knight's body. According to the feedback from the shadow attendant, this soul was a soul of the 5th rank and wasn't weakened by being in a dormant state. The shadow attendant immediately collected the corpse of the level 5 Temple Knight. The corpse didn't have much life force to begin with, and if it was collected too late, even the undying life force wouldn't be able to save this corpse. David controlled the shadow attendant to go to the other 2 altars and used the same method to kill the 2 level 5 Temple Knights, absorbing their souls and collecting their corpses. These 3 level 5 Temple Knights all had an interspatial ring on their fingers. After the shadow attendant came out, it placed the 3 interspatial rings in front of David. David's consciousness entered the interspatial rings. The items within the 3 interspatial rings were all the same. They were all a set of level 5 knight armor and a light longsword of the 5th rank. He hadn't expected that the Baruch clan would prepare a full set of armor of the 5th rank for a level 5 Temple Knight. This level of extravagance was unimaginable to him. But when he thought about how important a level 5 Temple Knight was to a top-tier noble clan, in order for a level 5 Temple Knight to be able to unleash his full power, a full set of armor of the 5th rank was necessary. But after the death of the level 5 Temple Knight, the armor would still be in the clan's possession. This made sense. Now, all of these had become David's spoils of war. Of course, he was going to use them on his level 5 Temple Knight. David didn't go collect the rest of the spoils. He decided to first revive the level 5 Temple Knight. With each additional level 5 Knight, he would be able to protect himself. Within his interspatial ring, he had the corpses of 5 level 5 Temple Knights. Gaining 5 level 5 Knights at once was enough to nearly double his combat power. David first summoned the shadow attendant. Placing his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder, he didn't pay any attention to the ball of knowledge. Instead, he turned his gaze to the 5 golden specks of light within the shadow attendant's body. These were the essence of a level 5 soul. With a thought, the 5 golden specks of light floated from the shadow attendant's body into David's soul space. Just as the 5 golden specks of light entered the soul space, the battle angel crystal released an attractive force to capture them. The 5 golden specks of light fell into the soul fortress under David's control, connecting with the other 96 level 5 soul origins through soul energy under the control of the battle angel crystal. It didn't take long before the 5 new golden light spots soul origins were assimilated, and David had 5 more soul avatars. With the most important step completed, David's next step was to revive the level 5 temple knights one by one. Bit by bit, undying life force entered the bodies of the level 5 knights, arousing that trace of vitality that had yet to completely disappear. David matched them one by one, placing the original level 5 soul origins of the knights back into their bodies. Very quickly, these 5 level 5 temple knights were truly revived. David summoned the other 6 level 5 temple knights. He couldn't control the newly revived level 5 temple knights all the time. Through the exchange of souls with the 6 original level 5 knights, the newly revived level 5 temple knights quickly gained the ability to move independently. Seeing the 11 level 5 temple knights standing together, David felt the control of his own fate. Chapter 839. The 5 new temple knights of the 5th rank entered their respective genetic repair cabins and changed their appearances. David then inspected the 5 temple knights. He discovered that these 5 temple knights of the 5th rank were clearly more powerful than the previous 6 temple knights of the 5th rank. This made him feel rather puzzled. It must be understood that of the previous 6 temple knights of the 5th rank, 4 of them were lords. As lords of supreme nobles, they shouldn't be any weaker than the 5 temple knights of the 5th rank. Why was it that, after being revived, they were so much weaker? After pondering for a moment, David thought of a possibility. When he revived these 5 temple knights of the 5th rank, he had used their souls. Although the souls had been purified by the shadow attendant, in the end, the 5th rank's soul essence still belonged to the temple knight himself. Most likely, it was because the 5th rank's soul essence was compatible with the body of a temple knight that the temple knight was able to retain as much of his power as possible. Of the 5 temple knights, only Lord Marcus didn't have an energy clone. It made sense. Lord Marcus' energy clone had been destroyed by David. But Mike, Faye, and the energy clones of the 5th rank temple knight, as well as the energy clones of the other 3 frozen temple knights, were all within Linley's mental sea. The majority of the soul energy he had acquired this time had been poured into them, allowing the 4 energy clones to recover. David was most concerned about the 3 frozen temple knights. This was because although the souls of these 3 frozen temple knights had been reset, they had been nearing the end of their lifespan. In the past, David had never encountered anyone who was nearing the end of their lifespan. He hadn't understood the importance of an inextinguishable life force. When he checked the condition of the 3 knights of the frozen temple, he discovered that after being restored by undying life force, the vitality of the 3 knights of the frozen temple didn't seem to be that of people who had reached the limit of their lifespan. According to his judgment, the 3 knights of the frozen temple could at least last for several decades. David chose one of the frozen temple knights. He drew out the undying life force from the battle angel knight skeleton. Since the 5th level temple knight in front of him was his doppelganger, he didn't need to be stingy with the undying life force, nor did he need to worry about the consequences of using it too much. This was because if there was anything wrong, he could sense it through the soul avatar in the knight's body. All along, David had known about the preciousness of undying vitality. Just thinking about the heartwarming lotus seed soup with only a small amount of undying vitality, it made the temple knight of the 5th rank crazily chase after it. However, David didn't have much of a concept of how precious undying vitality was. He only used his instinct to conceal the existence of undying vitality. Now, when he introduced the undying vitality into the body of the frozen temple knight, he could clearly feel the changes in the frozen temple knight's body. As the body continued to absorb the undying vitality, the frozen temple knight's body became younger and younger. After a period of time, the frozen temple knight's body even showed the youthful vitality of a young person. At this time, David truly understood how terrifying the battle angel skeleton was. The undying life force casually created could restore one's youth. As long as David was willing, He could keep his night alive without worrying about the impact of lifespan. Suddenly, he had a feeling that this was an ability that only God should have. After thinking about it, he smiled again. The battle angel itself was a god, and an extremely powerful one at that. David was only basking in the remnants of the battle angel's power, enjoying the residual power of a powerful god. The undying vitality was too powerful. It was so powerful that he didn't dare reveal any information that he could mass-produce it. David didn't think that he was invincible in the great world of God just because he had 11 level 5 temple knights. The most powerful in the great world of God wasn't the level 5 temple knight, but the gods who were beyond this world. Even the weakest and seriously injured god of plagues, Gladstone, could easily kill any level 5 temple knight, not to mention the powerful gods who ruled the great world of God. David injected the rest of the level 5 temple knights with undying vitality, but he didn't inject as much as the frozen temple knight. Instead, he controlled the age of the level 5 temple knight to be in the prime of his life. This age was when he had just become a level 5 temple knight, so he could reduce unnecessary suspicion. If someone discovered these level 5 temple knights, they would only guess that they were newly promoted level 5 knights. David then used the remaining soul energy to start reviving the level 4 Sky Knight. This task was a walk in the park for him. In his spatial item, there were many level 4 Sky Knight corpses preserved. There were more than 60 of them, but the remaining soul energy wasn't enough to revive these Sky Knights. David chose to revive the Sky Knights with flying mounts first. He successfully revived 6 Sky Knights with flying mounts and 12 Sky Knights without flying mounts. He didn't consume the precious soul energy because he expected these level 4 Sky Knights to increase their combat power, but because these Sky Knights could accelerate the growth of his strength. There were as many as 33 level 4 Sky Knight in the spatial fragment. They only had one mission, and that was to cultivate to the greatest extent every day. The cultivation resources from the previous spoils of war also came in handy at this time. The 33 level 4 Sky Knights cultivation consumed a lot of soul energy. After doing all this, David went to dismantle the super large spirit gathering circle on planet Gamma and moved it to the small continent in the spatial fragment. This task took David an entire day. Moving a super large spirit gathering circle with 6,000 array bases and an area of nearly 100 square kilometers was extremely troublesome. However, for the rich energy in the spatial fragment, he didn't mind this bit of trouble. After installing the perfect grade Krypton crystal and the 6,000 top grade Krypton crystal in the super large spirit gathering circle, David activated it. 6,000 pillars of light shot up into the sky, and the energy in the spatial fragment continuously gathered inside the super large spirit gathering circle. Originally, David thought that after the energy in the spatial fragment was consumed, it would slowly recover, just like planet Gamma. However, something strange happened. David didn't know if it was because of the rules of the spatial fragment or because of some unknown reason, but the spatial fragment was absorbing energy from the void outside the spatial barrier at an extremely fast speed. It was replenishing the energy that was lost due to the super large spirit gathering circle. Generally speaking, no matter what kind of spirit gathering circle it was, it had to consider the density of the surrounding energy. Once the density of the energy was too low, it would have to consider stopping the spirit gathering circle and wait for the surrounding energy to recover. However, the super large spirit gathering circle in the spatial fragment was not like this. The super large spirit gathering circle continuously gathered the energy in the spatial fragment, and the spatial fragment was like an even bigger super large spirit gathering circle that was absorbing the energy in the void. This caused the energy in the spatial fragment to flow in a balance. David was very surprised. If the super large spirit gathering circle could be activated all the time, then he and all his level 4 and 5 Knights cultivation could be completely unrestricted. They could absorb as much energy as they wanted without worrying about the lack of energy. In addition, If the super-large spirit gathering circle was activated all the time, they wouldn't have to worry about replenishing it with 6,000 top-grade kryptonite every 10 days. This was because the purpose of using up top-grade kryptonite was to activate the super-large spirit gathering circle. After the super-large spirit gathering circle was activated, the energy within it would allow it to continue operating. David spread his wings and stood in the middle of the super-large spirit gathering circle. Sensing the rain-like energy around him, he felt a sense of bliss. 11 Temple Knights of the 5th rank and 33 Sky Knight of the 4th rank, along with David, began their first training session within the super-large spirit gathering circle. Even though so many high-ranking knight were training together, the energy within the super-large spirit gathering circle didn't decrease at all. An hour later, David ceased his training. Sensing the changes in his sea of consciousness, he was delighted to discover that his training speed had once again increased. David didn't understand why the Baruch clan wouldn't make use of a dimensional fragment like this. Otherwise, the constant flow of energy would allow the Baruch clan to have many times the number of knights. In truth, dimensional fragments were of varying value. If it wasn't for the fact that this dimensional fragment contained a large amount of ores, especially those 3 super-large kryptonite mines, which the Baruch clan valued greatly. For the sake of those 3 super-large kryptonite mines, the Baruch clan wouldn't allow the dimensional fragment to run out of energy. It must be understood that if David were to set up a super-large spirit gathering circle, it was very likely that the dimensional fragment would run out of energy for a very long period of time. In that situation, it would affect the existence of the super-large kryptonite mines. In addition, the successive Baruch clan lords had made the decision to make the dimensional fragment a reserve resource for the Baruch clan. Thus, no one dared to even think about researching the dimensional fragment. Most likely, the Baruch clan hadn't realized that the true value of the dimensional fragment wasn't the resources within it, but rather the dense, unending flow of energy. David resisted the urge to continue training. He had other things to do. First, he took out a pregnant gem from his interspatial pendant. Originally, he had placed the pregnant gem in the Blackrock mines on planet Boyo. He had thought that it would be a very safe place, but he hadn't expected that it would attract the attention of a major noble. Afterwards, the pregnant gem had been stored within David's interspatial pendant. He hadn't casually placed it anywhere else. Even when he had discovered a kryptonite mine on planet Gamma, he hadn't placed the pregnant gem there. The main reason was that planet Gamma didn't have any defensive capabilities. Sometimes, he wouldn't be able to take care of it. But the dimensional fragment was different. With his security measures, unless he was extremely unlucky, the dimensional fragment's safety wasn't a problem. While researching the super-large kryptonite mines, he had discovered that not only did the 3 super-large kryptonite mines produce an enormous amount of top-grade kryptonite, they even produced 6 perfect kryptonite. It could be said that these 3 super-large kryptonite mines were the same grade as Worcester's super-large kryptonite mine. It was only because they hadn't been mined here, and because they didn't have the special environment of Warstar, they only produced 6 perfect kryptonite. David put away the 6 perfect kryptonite mines and chose another super-large kryptonite mine. He placed the pregnant gem in the core of the super-large kryptonite mine. When the pregnant gem was placed down, a strange energy spread out from the pregnant gem. Because the super-large kryptonite mine was too big, the strange energy of the pregnant gem was unable to completely cover it. However, the most essential part of the pregnant gem was still surrounded. Just as David was about to leave, he suddenly discovered that a top-grade kryptonite next to the pregnant gem was glowing with a golden light. He walked over to the top-grade kryptonite in disbelief and squatted down to examine it. There really was a golden light on the top-grade kryptonite. A few minutes later, another dozen or so top-grade kryptonite glowed with a golden light. Although the golden light wasn't obvious, it was there. This meant that the top-grade kryptonite was evolving into perfect kryptonite. David was stunned. No matter how good the pregnant gem was, this shouldn't have happened. However, when he thought about it, this wasn't all that strange. The top-grade kryptonite in this super-large kryptonite mine had never been mined before. In other words, it had always been in the process of slowly improving. During this process, a portion of the top-grade kryptonite had reached the limit of top-grade kryptonite. Perhaps after tens of millions of years, some of the top-grade kryptonite would break through their shackles and become perfect kryptonite. This was where the 6 perfect kryptonite gems came from. However, the pregnant gem was special in that it could increase the quality and production of kryptonite. A portion of the top-grade kryptonite that had reached the limit could skip tens of millions of years and directly enter the perfect kryptonite process with the help of the pregnant gem. Of course, this didn't mean that David could harvest the perfect kryptonite right away. This process usually took a few years for the golden light to cover the top-grade kryptonite. Only then would the top-grade kryptonite evolve into a perfect kryptonite. David looked at the rest of the top-grade kryptonite in the super-large kryptonite mine. Perhaps there would be more perfect kryptonite here. This was just what he saw. There would be more possibilities if he didn't see them. The energy problem of the super-large kryptonite mine was not a problem due to the uniqueness of the dimension fragment. David only needed to collect the perfect kryptonite soon. He also extinguished the idea of mining the 3 super-large kryptonite mines. Previously, he had planned to set up a server here and install an AI system to control robots to mine the 3 super-large kryptonite mines. However, in David's eyes, these top-grade kryptonite could become perfect kryptonite. He had many ways to get top-grade kryptonite, so there was no need to mine here. Perhaps after many years, the perfect krypton or production rate of this super-large krypton or mine would decrease, and he would be able to switch to the other 2 super-large krypton or mines to maintain the perfect krypton or production rate. Chapter 840. After exiting the super-large krypton mine, David summoned his shadow attendant. While he had been in space, he had mentally searched through his spoils, but he hadn't found any records regarding Lord Marcus' terrifying attack. In fact, he hadn't even found any records regarding it. Generally speaking, it was possible that Lord Marcus' terrifying combat ability was an innate ability of his, and not a legacy of the Baruch clan. As for Lord Marcus' unique innate ability, it was his trump card. Naturally, there wouldn't be any records regarding it. David wanted to check the knowledge orbs he had acquired. He wanted to see if there were any related knowledge orbs he had acquired from Lord Marcus. With a thought, the shadow attendant listed out the knowledge orbs he had acquired. There were quite a few knowledge orbs. Anyone who could appear in the Baruch clan's castle, regardless of whether they were knights or commoners, had their own unique abilities. The vast majority of the knowledge and legacies of the great world of God were passed down amongst the nobles. The top nobles, however, had even more detailed legacies. David casually scanned the knowledge orbs and discovered that there were Grandmaster-level knowledge orbs for cooking, drawing, and sculpting. Aside from the Grandmaster-level knowledge orb for drawing, he already had all the other Grandmaster-level knowledge orbs. However, when he was free, he could absorb them to supplement his knowledge. Naturally, David wouldn't choose these knowledge orbs. His goal was the unique innate ability orbs. Currently, only the innate knowledge light ball was of the greatest use to him. For example, the bloodline power purification that he had previously obtained had directly increased his cultivation speed by a large margin. In the end, David separated out 4 innate ability orbs from the pile of knowledge orbs. After seeing the information on the 4 innate ability orbs, his joy decreased by half. This was because of the fact that of the 4 innate ability orbs, 3 of them were the same. They all had the innate ability lacerate, while the other had the innate ability explode. David was rather puzzled. Why was it that of the 5 temple knights of the Baruch clan, 3 of them had the innate ability of lacerate, while the other knight, Lord Marcus, seemed to have an innate ability similar to the innate ability of lacerate? In truth, this had something to do with the bloodline of a top-tier noble clan. The Baruch clan's bloodline was the mountain giant bloodline. Those who possessed this bloodline had a certain chance of having the innate ability of lacerate. Naturally, the probability of this happening was extremely low. In every generation of the Baruch clan, only a few would be able to acquire the innate ability of lacerate. A knight with the talent of lacerate would be born with a higher bloodline density than an ordinary clansman. Naturally, a knight's talent would also be far superior to others. In particular, the innate ability lacerate could not only be used in battle, but also had the effect of breaking through the shackles of Sky Knight of the 4th rank. In every generation of Temple Knight of the 5th rank, the innate ability lacerate was a great one. Actually, it wasn't just the Baruch clan. Many of the top-tier noble clans were like this. The more powerful a clan was, the more powerful its bloodline would be. The more powerful the bloodline, the more powerful the knight's training speed and combat power would far surpass that of other knights. This, in turn, led to the clan becoming more powerful. This was a virtuous cycle. David hadn't yet come into contact with the core members of the top-tier noble clans. Naturally, he didn't know much about this. After thinking for a moment, he decided to first absorb the lacerate knowledge sphere. Although David didn't know that top-tier noble clans often gave birth to people with special innate abilities, based on the fact that 3 of the 5 temple knights of the Baruch clan possessed the innate ability of lacerate, he could guess that this innate ability of lacerate had to have something to do with one's bloodline. He didn't know if he would be able to master this unique ability that relied on his clan's bloodline. Thus, he decided to first experiment with more lacerate knowledge spheres. Actually, David was quite confident. Just by looking at how the lacerate knowledge sphere and the explode knowledge sphere hadn't indicated that they couldn't be fused, he guessed that there was a high chance that he would be able to master it. With but a thought, the shadow attendant moved the lacerate knowledge sphere into David's body. The lacerate knowledge sphere flew into David's spiritual space, and within his spiritual space, it flew straight to the soul fortress, transforming into a complicated pattern. David's spiritual sense touched this newly formed pattern, and from within the pattern, he was able to sense some information. This was a lacerate pattern. It originated from the racial innate ability of the mountain giants and existed within their bloodline. The innate ability of lacerate didn't have much of an effect on non-living creatures, because even someone as powerful as a knight of the 5th rank could cause enormous damage to non-living creatures with a single blow. The innate ability of lacerate didn't have much of an effect on non-living creatures. But the most terrifying aspect of the innate ability of lacerate was its effect on living creatures. After activating the innate ability of lacerate, so long as the target's defense was broken through, then the wound would not only be corroded by the bloodline energy, but it would also be inflicted with a lacerate state, making it impossible for the wound to heal. The wound wouldn't heal until the lacerate state wore off. Even if the bloodline energy was expelled and the best healing medicines were used, the wound wouldn't heal under the lacerate state. If it was an ordinary wound, it wouldn't be so bad. But if it was a wound in an important area, once the lacerate state appeared, the result would be a slow death. The lacerate state would last for at least a day. For example, the lacerate innate ability of a knight of the 5th rank could cause the lacerate state to last for more than 10 days. If a person's abdomen was cut open, although the wound would be very serious, as long as one had top-grade healing medicines, it could still be healed. But if the wound couldn't heal within 10 days, then the loss of life force during those 10 days would be unbearable. Not even 10 days. In just 2 or 3 days, no matter how strong one's body was, it wouldn't be able to hold on. But of course, the lacerate state could also be dispelled through the innate ability of lacerate. In other words, after the lacerate state had been inflicted on an important area of the body, one's life would be in the hands of the Baruch clan. David was quite satisfied with this ability. The main thing was that this sort of offensive ability could be used by the 11 temple knights of the 5th rank. The prerequisite was that he had to actively control the knight of the 5th rank in order to activate the lacerate innate ability of the lacerate innate ability. David turned his gaze to the explode sphere of knowledge. This was the innate ability of Lord Marcus. Based on the name of the innate ability, It was very likely that this was the same innate ability which Lord Marcus had used to shatter Baruch's castle into pieces with one blow. He mentally ordered the shadow attendant, and the shadow attendant moved the explode sphere of knowledge into his body. The explode sphere of knowledge flew into David's spiritual space, transforming into a pattern as well. This was an explode pattern. Only, this explode pattern was different from the lacerate pattern. The lacerate pattern could be used at any time and wouldn't use up any of the energy within the lacerate pattern. But the explode pattern could only be used once, and it would use up all of the energy within the explode pattern. The next time it was used, it would have to wait for the energy within the explode pattern to be fully replenished. The innate ability of explode allowed one to detonate the energy within one's body, and thus gain twice the power of one's own energy, allowing one to attack indiscriminately in all directions. David thought back to that day when Lord Marcus had launched that attack. He had detonated 3 swords formed from his bloodline energy, thus gaining twice the power of his own bloodline energy of the 5th rank, allowing him to attack indiscriminately in all directions. No wonder that day, just 3 swords formed from his bloodline energy had been so terrifyingly powerful. It must be understood that Lord Marcus himself was a veteran expert amongst knights of the 5th rank. The power of his bloodline energy was far greater than that of an ordinary knight of the 5th rank. If he had doubled the power of his bloodline energy, most likely, a knight of the 5th rank would have been heavily injured or even killed. At that time, there was a reason why Lord Marcus hadn't attacked those 6 knights of the 5th rank. Instead, he had chosen to attack where he believed Duke Arthur to be hiding. If such an attack had been launched against those 6 knights of the 5th rank, they would have been in a knight formation. Even if the attack had been effective, it would have been much less effective. But at that time, Lord Marcus' main goal had been to kill Duke Arthur. Not only because of the enmity between Duke Arthur and the Baruch clan, but also because Duke Arthur had taken away the spatial fragment of the Baruch clan. To tell the truth, David was somewhat disappointed by his innate ability burst. This wasn't to say that the innate ability burst wasn't powerful. In fact, it was terrifyingly powerful. But the innate ability burst didn't have much of an effect on him right now. David's greatest strength wasn't his bloodline energy, but his physical strength. He had the strength of a knight of the 5th rank, but his bloodline energy was still at the level of a sky knight of the 4th rank. Even if the innate ability burst doubled the power of his bloodline energy still wouldn't be able to injure a knight of the 5th rank. But against a sky knight of the 4th rank, he didn't even need to use his bloodline energy. He could use his physical strength to crush him. However, the innate ability burst would still be useful to him in the future. After he became a knight of the 5th rank, the innate ability burst would allow him to directly threaten a knight of the 5th rank. David didn't bother with the other balls of knowledge. He would deal with them later. He left the spatial fragment through the portal in the middle of the small continent and appeared in the secret room. He only took 11 of the 5th rank knights of the 5th rank, and 33 of the 4th rank sky knights were left in the large spirit gathering array of the spatial fragment. The only task of those sky knights was to train. With 33 of the 4th rank sky knights training, David could guarantee that his training speed would be 35 times that of a normal sky knight, even if he didn't train himself. Coupled with sufficient resources, as well as the strengthening effect of the super large spirit gathering formation, this speed would be even faster. As for the 11 of the 5th rank knight of the 5th rank, he had to bring them with him at all times. This was to ensure his safety, especially now that he had a conflict with Chairman Abe's alliance of top nobles. After leaving the mountain, David went to the interior of another mountain. That was where the AI system was located. First, he used his underground move talent ability to expand the cave. The original size was not enough to fit the new super server. After expanding the space, David drew ancient isolation patterns on the walls, as well as patterns to maintain temperature and humidity. This was to make it easier for the super server to operate normally. After everything was done, he took out the components one by one and began to assemble the super server. The fifth-rank spirit allowed David to remove the need to install the components by hand. He only needed to use his spirit to grab the components of the super server. With 96 soul avatars, he could accurately control multiple components of the super server at the same time. The super server, with an area of more than 100 square meters and a height of 4 meters, was assembled. David turned on the super server and connected it to the small server from before. The AI system was transferred to this super server. David entered the information of the 20 production lines into the super server. These were his spoils of war from the Interstellar Federation. The 20 exoskeleton armor production lines were the military's standard exoskeleton armor production lines. Even in the Interstellar Federation, they were military control goods. Without the relevant qualifications, companies could not even come into contact with them. Of course, if the 20 exoskeleton armor production lines were to produce exoskeleton armor, it would be useless to David. What he needed to do now was to change the 20 exoskeleton armor production lines into 20 robot production lines that use the military's exoskeleton armor technology. With the super server, David did not need to modify it personally. The AI system would use its own large amount of knowledge and the computing power of the super server to design the best solution. What David needed to do now was to find a suitable place to set up the 20 exoskeleton armor production lines. This time, he did not create an underground space. Instead, he chose to use the AI system to command the construction robots to build a standardized factory. The 20 exoskeleton armor production lines were not important enough for him to hide. Due to the super server, the AI system's processing power was greatly enhanced. Although most of its computing power was used to modify the production lines, it was still able to command a large number of construction robots to complete the tasks given by David. After the factory was built in only 6 hours, David put down the 20 exoskeleton armor production lines. He did not ask any more questions and returned to the space fragment to train. In just a few days, enhanced robots came out of the new robot factory on planet Gamma. The super server allowed the AI system to control more robots. The desertification transformation of the third continent sped up. The fourth and fifth continents also had robots working on the desertification transformation project at the same time. At the same time, more mining robots were exploring the sea. The mining robots sped up the mining speed. The construction of the entire planet Gamma seemed to have sped up. Chapter 841. In the following days, David didn't leave planet Gamma. He stayed in the space fragment for a long time and cultivated in a saturated state every day. This didn't mean that he didn't plan to continue his revenge. He was just waiting for an opportunity. Every day, Butler Dickens would send new information. David also placed the Lord's contact circle outside the space fragment so that he could receive information from a main family. The space inside the space fragment was obviously not in the same space as the great world of God. Even the Lord's contact circle couldn't receive news from the great world of God. David sat on an exquisite wooden chair. While checking the latest information, he used the bloodline power purification talent to absorb the bloodline power of the level 4 Sky Knight in front of him. He absorbed the bloodline power of the level 4 Sky Knight once a day. The bloodline power produced by 33 level 4 Sky Knights made his cultivation speed increase rapidly. This feeling of rapid increase in strength was also the reason why David didn't immediately go for revenge. He even had a feeling of being lost in the rapid increase in strength and wanted to continue like this. Anyway, Planet Gamma was managed by an intelligent system. The rest of the industries were managed very well by Butler Dickens. Everything seemed to be on a right track. The shadow pterosaur flew happily in the sky. From time to time, it would suddenly disappear and reappear 100 meters away. After David purified the bloodline power of the last level 4 Sky Knight through the bloodline power purification pattern, the level 4 Sky Knight went to the side and continued to cultivate. David rose into the air, and the shadow pterosaur disappeared in the air at the same time. When it reappeared, it was already under him and carrying him. Although the body of the shadow pterosaur was only the size of a small horse, its wings were very wide and could barely carry David's weight. Today was also the first time David tried riding the shadow pterosaur. He was a little excited. The shadow pterosaur was a mount used by the divine servants of the ancient gods. From this point, one could see the strength of the shadow pterosaur. Just as he sat on the back of the shadow pterosaur, a surge of energy gushed out from the shadow pterosaur and enveloped him. Through the shadow attendant's eyes, David saw the shadow pterosaur and himself disappear in the air. This was the invisibility ability of the shadow pterosaur. Before this, he was only guessing whether or not the shadow pterosaur could enter the invisibility state with him, but now he was sure. David felt a little strange. He was brought into a special space by the shadow pterosaur. It was like there was a transparent glass between this space and the real world. Furthermore, the glass was a one-way glass. One could only see the outside from the inside, and not the inside from the outside. There was no air in this space. After the shadow pterosaur entered this space, it absorbed the energy of this space and stopped breathing. Fortunately, with David's strength, he didn't need to breathe. He could survive just by relying on the energy in his body. He didn't have to worry about not being able to survive for long in this space due to environmental issues. The weirder this space was, the more David understood the horror of the shadow pterosaur's invisibility ability. This invisibility ability had the same effect as the shadow attendant's invisibility, but the space in which the two were in was different. Of course, in this space, David couldn't attack the target. He only relied on the shadow pterosaur to enter this space, and he didn't control the space ability himself. Therefore, he couldn't easily control the weapon in his hand to appear in the real world like the shadow attendant, but he was still in a special space. David and the shadow pterosaur were connected in their minds. He appeared in the real world from the special space and lifted the invisibility state. As soon as he appeared, the energy wrapped around David was transformed into space energy. Under the control of the shadow pterosaur, the move in a flash talent ability was activated. The shadow pterosaur took David and appeared 100 meters away. Although the move in a flash this time didn't appear at the exact location David wanted, as long as he practiced many times and became familiar with the move in a flash talent ability of the shadow pterosaur, he would be able to do it accurately. The move in a flash talent ability was very useful in battle. It allowed him to get close at any time and leave the battlefield at any time. Currently, the move in a flash talent ability of the shadow pterosaur was only 100 meters away, but this distance would continue to increase as the shadow pterosaur grew. After practicing for a while, David felt that the shadow pterosaur was tired. In the end, the shadow pterosaur was still young, but the shadow pterosaur was very excited. David ordered the shadow pterosaur to use the move in a flash talent ability to accurately appear on the ground. He took out the level 3 strengthened meat and fed it to the shadow pterosaur to praise its performance just now. After finishing the shadow pterosaur's training, he put away the 11 level 5 temple knight, took the shadow pterosaur, and returned to planet Gammy through the portal. As soon as he returned to the cave, he saw the Lord's communication circle flashing. The energy waves were constantly spreading around, reminding the Master that someone was requesting to contact. Master, the mansion in Bama, main city, was attacked. As soon as the communications circle connected, the anxious voice of Butler Dickens came through. Are there any casualties? Are Butler Jason and Knight Andrew okay? When David heard Butler Dickens, his heart couldn't help but tighten as he quickly asked. Butler Jason just happened to be out on some business, so he's not in the mansion. But Butler Dickens stopped speaking. David's heart sank. He recently offended the top nobles. Even if the top nobles casually sent out Knight, they could still kill everyone in Bama, main city's mansion number 35. They wouldn't even have the power to resist. Immediately bring Butler Jason to planet Gammy, David ordered in a deep voice. Then he changed his mind and said, don't go back to planet Gammy first. Butler Jason will hide first. You also pay attention to your safety. To be honest, David didn't expect the top nobles to attack the mansion. Other than Butler Jason and Knight Andrew, there was only Lady Euphemia and the mansion's original butler, Albin, who he invited to the family. The other party's behavior was crossing the line. If they could casually attack subsidiary properties, then the battle between the nobles would be out of control. Although David had killed the entire noble family before, that was only after killing the powerhouses of the noble family first. Then he would slaughter the rest of the members and take away the corresponding spoils of war. In a war between the nobles, if both sides had level 5 combat power, then unless the level 5 combat power was eliminated, they couldn't take the initiative to target the lower level combat power. If the consequences of this were to escalate the war, both sides could attack all the people and properties of the other side. Even if one side won the war in the end, there would be no real winner. David was going to bring Butler Jason back to Planet Gammy, but Planet Gammy was not safe. The planetary portal was not open, but it didn't mean that the enemy couldn't enter in other ways. From the nearest planet, using a starship, it would only take 2 days of travel. David disconnected the communication circle. He used his underground sneak talent ability to leave the secret room and went directly to the planetary portal. He stepped in, and when he reappeared, he was already in the main city of Bamistar. Ignoring the gazes around, David rose into the air and flew in the direction of the mansion. In the sky, 2 level 4 Sky Knights saw him and seemed to recognize him. They didn't go forward to stop him, but quickly contacted their boss. David had the title of Duke, so he could fly in the main city of Bamistar. Not to mention, he also had the status of a probationary counselor. When he arrived at the top of mansion number 35, he saw that there were already 2 law enforcement night guards outside. David landed in front of the mansion. In front of the door were the bodies of 2 servants. The blood from their mouths and noses stained the ground red. Greetings to the Honorable Duke Arthur. The law enforcement knight bowed. Duke Arthur was a famous person in Bamistar. He was also an important person that the law enforcement team paid special attention to. The law enforcement knight naturally knew him. The crowd of onlookers near the mansion's gate had mixed emotions. They didn't show any sympathy. Instead, most of them were gloating. David coldly glanced at these people. When he looked over, these people's faces instantly showed sympathy. David didn't care about these people. He was about to enter the mansion when a law enforcement knight stopped him. Duke Arthur, there is no investigation inside. If you go in like this, you will destroy the scene and affect the case. The law enforcement knight said respectfully, I'll tell the law enforcement team that there is a noble with a motive. Do you dare to investigate? Admit defeat, David said in a deep voice. The reason why David rushed over in the first place was that he didn't believe in the law enforcement team's investigation. Perhaps the law enforcement team would ask the Noble Affairs Office for help when there was no other way. However, it might involve the top nobles. These authorities would be useless. Intimidated by David's aura, the law enforcement knight stepped aside and walked into the mansion. The servants here died for the same reason as the servants at the door. They were all crushed to death by a powerful aura. The servants were ordinary people. In the face of a knight, not to mention resisting, just the aura of a knight was enough to kill them. The 2 law enforcers who were investigating the scene saw David and quickly bowed to him. David nodded slightly and didn't care about the results of the investigation. He saw the body of Andrew Knight. Andrew Knight was the only one killed by a weapon. David walked to the body of Andrew Knight. His face was gloomy. He remembered that when he first came to the great world of God, it was Andrew Knight who accompanied him. This loyal knight, although not very talented, did everything he could do. He didn't leave the ruined Luce family. When David took over the Luce family, Knight Andrew's training resources were not enough. But now, Andrew Knight's body was right in front of him. Behind Andrew Knight was Lady Euphemia, the etiquette teacher invited by David. At this time, all signs of life were gone. It could be seen that Andrew Knight was protecting Lady Euphemia. He fulfilled his duty as a knight and protected her until the last moment. David's anger had never been so strong. Even when he was attacked, he was not as angry as he was at this moment. He summoned Little White from the summoning ring. Little White seemed to have sensed his anger and didn't show any other expression. It listened to his order and searched for an abnormal presence. Soon, Little White locked onto a presence. It turned to David's wrist and guided David out of the villa. Just as David walked out of the villa, Minister of Public Security Fraser and Head of Law Enforcers Clarence came to the villa at the same time and met him face to face. Duke Arthur, I'm very sorry. We didn't do a good job in public security and brought you losses. Head of Law Enforcers Clarence bowed to David and apologized. Head of Law Enforcers Clarence, please wait a moment. David waved his hand and said. He looked at the crowd and locked his eyes on a level 4 Sky Knight that he had never seen before. Head of Law Enforcers Clarence's face changed. Although Duke Arthur was honorable, he shouldn't be so rude. How dare you kill someone in my villa and stay here to watch the aftermath? David said coldly. He exerted force on his feet, and his figure turned into a shadow. The level 4 Sky Knight knew that he had been exposed when he was stared at by David. However, he wasn't worried because there was no evidence. This was Planet Bama. Even a duke couldn't do anything to him. So when David appeared in front of him, he didn't fight back. He just pretended to be innocent. David didn't have any scruples. He grabbed his shoulder with one hand and unleashed his bloodline power. He completely sealed his bloodline power and left his bloodline power in the joints of his body. It was this action that made the level 4 Sky Knight lose his ability to move. Duke Arthur, you attacked me without any evidence. I'm Johnny from the Mather family. I want to sue you to the Supreme Council. The level 4 Sky Knight Johnny didn't think that David would be so decisive. In an instant, he controlled him, and he shouted loudly. Very well, Mather family. I'll remember that. David said faintly with a sinister smile. The surrounding people could clearly feel the terrifying killing intent. Ordinary people felt chills all over their bodies, and their bodies became stiff. Even the low-level knights felt like they were facing a fatal threat. They continuously retreated until they were more than 10 meters away before calming down. Duke Arthur, do you have any evidence to prove that Johnny Sky Knight is the murderer? Head of Law Enforcers Clarence stepped forward and asked David. Head of Law Enforcers Clarence didn't want to stand up, but David subdued Johnny Sky Knight in front of him. He had no choice but to stand up. He was the person in charge of the law enforcers. If he didn't stand up now, the law enforcers wouldn't be able to enforce the law on Planet Bama in the future. Of course, Head of Law Enforcers Clarence was more shocked by Duke Arthur's strength. A level 4 Sky Knight lost his ability to fight in an instant. Chapter 842. Although there were rumors that Duke Arthur's strength was comparable to a level 5 knight, it was only a rumor. Without seeing it with their own eyes, many people would only treat it as a rumor. Clarence felt bitter. Once Duke Arthur was angry, no one in the entire Bama Star could suppress him. Clarence, the evidence is very simple. I have some connections with the Shrines of Justice. It shouldn't be difficult to ask a priest to perform a divine spell. David lifted the level 4 Sky Knight Johnny with one hand and said to Clarence in an indifferent tone. Clarence didn't know how to respond. He had never encountered such a situation before. As for what Duke Arthur said, asking a priest of the Shrines of Justice to perform a divine spell wasn't easy for normal nobles, but for Duke Arthur, it wasn't difficult. At that banquet, a level 5 priest of the Shrines of Justice had participated. It wasn't difficult for Duke Arthur to invite him, especially for a divine spell that could verify whether the answer was correct. It only needed a level 2 official priest to perform a divine spell. Duke Arthur, you don't have to do this personally. How about we, the Noble Affairs Department, invite a priest to the Shrines of Justice? Fraser bowed and asked. He had the same idea as Clarence. They couldn't let Duke Arthur get the evidence. Not only would the law enforcement team lose face, but the Noble Affairs Department would also be questioned. All right, Minister Fraser, I'll leave this guy to you, David said as he threw Johnny to Minister Fraser. Johnny was secretly happy. As long as he didn't fall into the hands of Duke Arthur, his life would be saved. Even if a priest of the Shrines of Justice performed a divine spell to prove that he was the murderer of the villa, as a family knight of the top noble Mather family, he only needed to pay enough compensation to get away. Thank you for your understanding, Duke Arthur. Fraser thanked David as he received level 4 Sky Knight Johnny. No matter what David was thinking, this was giving him face. Johnny Sky Knight, I am very angry, but your life is not enough to quell my anger, David said in a deep voice as he looked at the level 4 Sky Knight Johnny, whose face was filled with fear. Hearing these words, the LV4 Sky Knight Johnny felt a chill in his heart. If his life was not enough to appease Duke Arthur's anger, then whose life could appease Duke Arthur's anger? Johnny, a level 4 Sky Knight, thought about what he had just said. He had said that he was a knight of the Mather family, and that he had the support of the Supreme Council. It seemed that he had brought a lot of trouble to the family. In fact, most of John's level 4 Sky Knight's actions were his own. Lord Amos of the Mather family ordered all the high-grade knight in the family to spread out and focus on investigating Duke Arthur's whereabouts. Villa number 35 in Bama City was one of the key points. After Johnny, a level 4 Sky Knight Johnny, came to Bama City, he had monitored Villa number 35 for many days, but there were no clues at all. This Johnny, a level 4 Sky Knight, was also considered a talent as he thought of luring Duke Arthur out. He even bribed the Bama planetary teleportation portal in the name of the top nobles of the Mather family. As long as Duke Arthur used the planetary teleportation portal to leave, he would know Duke Arthur's location. Johnny, a level 4 Sky Knight, thought that as long as Duke Arthur appeared, he would be able to investigate Duke Arthur's location and let his family and the top nobles behind him surround and kill Duke Arthur. The attack on Villa number 35 was very easy. Johnny, a level 4 Sky Knight, didn't do much and killed everyone in the villa. Duke Arthur did appear later, but Johnny, a level 4 Sky Knight, didn't expect Duke Arthur to find him in the crowd. Duke Arthur, please rest assured, as long as Johnny, a Sky Knight, is the murderer, the Noble Affairs Office will handle it impartially. Fraser, the security minister, promised. I will keep an eye on it. David nodded and said. Butler Dickens came over with a group of servants. Villa number 35 was cleaned up and the corpses were put away. That night, David sat in the study with a stack of parchment in front of him. This was the information that Butler Dickens had organized according to his request. The parchment recorded the public properties of 23 top nobles in the great world of God. The scope of these properties was so wide that they almost covered every planet in the great world of God. Since he broke the rules first, then everyone will break the rules. David looked at the information in his hand and muttered to himself. All of his properties in the great world of God were obtained in a short period of time, so he didn't have any special feelings for them. As for the person worthy of David's concern, the only one who didn't have the ability to protect himself was Butler Jason. Butler Jason had already gone into hiding, so he didn't have to worry about anything. David was like a barefoot man, but those top nobles wore shoes, and they wore especially expensive shoes. He smiled coldly, and with a thought, 8 level 5 Temple Knight energy avatars appeared in front of him. David closed his eyes, and at the same time, he divided his mind into 8 and controlled the 8 energy avatars to walk out of the room. These energy avatars took advantage of the night to stay on Bama Star, and the rest went to the 7 planets through the planet-level portal. That night, a plantation of the Mather family on Bama Star was destroyed. Everyone was killed, 2 shops were burned, and no one escaped alive. This was just Bama Star. In the same night, at least 40 properties of the Mather family were destroyed, and no one survived. No one knew who the murderer was. In the Noble Affairs Office of Bama Star, Minister of Justice Fraser and Chief Law Enforcer Clarence were sitting in the interrogation room. Their eyes were slightly red, which was the result of not sleeping last night. The plantation of the Mather family produced high-grade alchemy herbs, and the 2 shops were the top shops in Bama Star. The destruction of these 3 properties made the law enforcement team and the Noble Affairs Office busy for the whole night. Chief Law Enforcer Clarence, the latest information, 8 planets in one night, 40 properties of the Mather family were destroyed, and no one survived. Minister of Justice Fraser helplessly shook his head and said, the intelligence network of the Noble Affairs Office was naturally faster than the law enforcement team, and all the properties of the Mather family were the responsibility of the Noble Affairs Office. So Minister of Justice Fraser received the relevant information early in the morning. That person's revenge came too quickly. Chief Law Enforcer Clarence said softly. He didn't say Duke Arthur's name. His identity was different, and he couldn't say anything without evidence. But whether it was him or Minister of Justice Fraser, they both knew that it couldn't have been done by anyone other than Duke Arthur. We should quickly interrogate Johnny Sky Knight and inform Duke Arthur of the results. We should get out of this as soon as possible. Minister of Justice Fraser said in a deep voice. This was a fight between gods, and officials like them couldn't get involved at all. At this moment, a staff member of the Noble Affairs Office ran in and said in a panic, "Report that Justice Shrine's Level 5 Priest Hawthorne is here." Minister of Justice Fraser and Chief Law Enforcer Clarence looked at each other. They just asked the Justice Shrines to send a Level 2 priest to assist in the investigation. Why did such a big boss come? A Level 5 priest, even in the Justice Shrines, had an extremely high status. Just to verify testimony, a Level 5 priest came. This matter was very important to the Justice Shrines. For a moment, the two officials felt their hair stand on end. They had a new understanding of Duke Arthur's influence. In fact, Level 5 priest Hawthorne wanted to come. He had participated in the War of Gods with Duke Arthur. He also attended Duke Arthur's banquet last time and strengthened his friendship with Duke Arthur. This time, Level 5 priest Hawthorne heard that Duke Arthur's case needed the priest's help. He didn't have anything to do at the Justice Shrines, so he took the initiative to accept this task. Minister of Justice Fraser and Chief Law Enforcer Clarence quickly walked out and welcomed Level 5 priest Hawthorne. "Bring him in. Let's get this over with." Hawthorne waved his hand as soon as he sat down. "Bring Johnny Sky Knight." Minister of Justice Fraser had the same thought, so he immediately ordered. The two knights supported Level 4 Sky Knight Johnny to walk in. The reason why they supported him was because no one dared to remove the bloodline power left behind by David. Johnny's Level 4 Sky Knight heart sea space was sealed, and his joints could not move, so he could only be supported. The Aristocratic Affairs Office was also happy to see this. No matter what, Johnny was still a Level 4 Sky Knight. It was very troublesome to detain him. Before his crimes were proven, the Aristocratic Affairs Office had many methods that they couldn't use. David's actions saved them a lot of trouble. Level 4 Sky Knight Johnny sat on a chair. He glanced around the interrogation room and saw Level 5 priest Hawthorne. As a knight of the top noble Mather family, Johnny was a 4th-rank Sky Knight. How could he not recognize the 5th-rank priest of Hawthorne? When he saw the 5th-rank priest of Hawthorne appear here, he couldn't believe his eyes. "Johnny, did you commit the murder at Villa 35 in Bama City?" Level 5 priest Hawthorne didn't wait for Level 4 Sky Knight Johnny to come back to his senses. After the question was asked, a divine spell fell on Level 4 Sky Knight Johnny's body. Minister of Justice Fraser and Minister of Justice Clarence secretly looked at each other. There were many kinds of questions in this kind of case. Generally, it was asked by a professional interrogator and verified by a priest of Justice Shrines. The professional interrogators would ask different questions based on the identity of the person being interrogated. However, they would be relatively indirect and wouldn't ask directly. Level 5 priest Hawthorne's question was based on his belief that Level 4 Sky Knight Johnny was the murderer. If the professional interrogator asked this question, and if the person being interrogated wasn't the murderer, then the professional interrogator would be in big trouble. But Level 5 priest Hawthorne's status was different. Not to mention a Level 4 Sky Knight, even a Level 5 Temple Knight of a top noble family could be interrogated in front of him. Level 4 Sky Knight Johnny wanted to lie, but a vast aura wrapped around him, making him unable to lie. He opened his mouth to say a lie, but became the truth. If it was a Level 2 priest casting a divine spell, then Level 4 Sky Knight Johnny might have been able to escape by refusing to answer the question. Although this showed that he was guilty to some extent, his testimony wasn't as strict as directly admitting it. But a Level 5 priest's divine spell, even if it was a low-level one, wasn't something Level 4 Sky Knight Johnny could resist. Yes, The murder in Bama City Villa 35 was committed by me. Level 4 Sky Knight Johnny couldn't help but answer. Who ordered you to do this? Level 5 Priest Hawthorne's eyes were sharp as he continued to ask. Lord's order? Just as Level 4 Sky Knight Johnny finished these few words, his body suddenly shook and his eyes became confused. I'm sorry, I haven't used this kind of divine spell for a long time. I used too much strength. Level 5 Priest Hawthorne slightly bowed to Fraser's security minister and Clarence's law enforcer and said apologetically. Fraser's security minister and Clarence's law enforcer both looked at Level 5 Priest Hawthorne with their mouths agape. As a Level 5 priest, he could use this kind of low-level divine spell to cripple a Level 4 Sky Knight. No one would believe it if he said he didn't do it on purpose. But what could the two of them do to Hawthorne's Level 5 priest? They could only look at Level 4 Sky Knight Johnny. Level 4 Sky Knight Johnny's soul was injured by Hawthorne's Level 5 priest and had lost his mind. His mouth was wide open as saliva flowed down the corner of his mouth. The powerful Level 4 Sky Knight had become a fool. Tell the Mather family that I, Hawthorne, failed. If there's anything, tell them to find me at the Just Shrines. Hawthorne's Level 5 priest stood up and said casually as if nothing had happened. He then turned around and left. Although Hawthorne's Level 5 priest didn't have much power at the Just Shrines, he wasn't someone the top nobles could mess with at will. He was very clear that according to his fair testimony, this Level 4 Sky Knight Johnny would at most compensate a sum of money, and then he would be able to get away. That amount of money was nothing to the Mather family. Hawthorne's Level 5 priest knew Duke Arthur's temper very well. Duke Arthur would inevitably go find this Level 4 Sky Knight Johnny, but that would be troublesome. He might as well help Duke Arthur get rid of this trouble. Fraser's security minister and Clarence's law enforcer looked at the recorder in front of them and the testimony verified by Hawthorne's Level 5 priest. There was only one thought in their mind: big trouble. Chapter 843. Lord Amos looked at the report in front of him. He had been receiving reports of attacks since last night. Now, he was looking at the summary report of the night. The Mather family had a large business, but it was not unlimited. 40 large businesses were destroyed in one night. Most importantly, the related personnel were killed. It would take a long time to recover the businesses. Lord Amos did not even need to guess. He knew who did it. Only Duke Arthur could do such a thing and have a grudge against the Mather family. Master, another 8 businesses were destroyed. The butler, who usually paid attention to etiquette, jogged over and reported while panting. There were no distress signals during the day. Lord Amos was really shocked. He did not expect the attacks to not end during the day. How much hatred did the Mather family have? Last night, the Mather family had organized a support team of 5 Sky Knights to deal with the sudden situation. They were prepared to provide support as soon as there was a distress signal. However, they did not expect that 8 businesses would be destroyed without any distress signal. The attack at night might have been carried out under the cover of night, but logically speaking, an attack during the day should have been discovered in time. At the very least, a distress signal could have been sent. The culprit is very strong. There was a Level 4 Sky Knight guarding one of the businesses, but he was still killed before he could send out a distress signal. The butler said helplessly. Lord Amos was speechless. This meant that the culprit was at least a Level 4 Sky Knight. It was still a question whether a support team of 5 Level 4 Sky Knights could stop the culprit. What could be confirmed now was that there were at least 8 groups of culprit in action. The businesses that were attacked were located on 8 different planets, and they were attacked at about the same time. Lord, we have new information. The voice of the intelligence manager came from outside the door. Lord Amos' heart skipped a beat. He waved at the butler and signaled for him to bring the information over. The butler quickly walked to the door. He took the information and scanned it. Shock flashed across his eyes. Master, another 6 businesses were destroyed. No survivors. The butler bowed and said while holding the information in his hand. Lord Amos did not take the information. He closed his eyes and thought about how to deal with this matter. He felt the Overlord communication spell circle vibrate. He took it out and looked at the person who had requested to contact him. He glanced at the butler. "Butler, don't let anyone disturb me," Lord Amos ordered in a deep voice. "Yes, master." The butler knew that Lord Amos had important matters to attend to, so he bowed and left the room. Lord Amos connected to the communication circle, and his projection appeared in Speaker Abe's conference room. Only Speaker AI Bay was present in the meeting room, but he didn't look too happy. They had wasted dozens of days and mobilized 23 level 5 Knight Templars, but they still could not find Duke Arthur. This caused Speaker Abe's prestige in the Alliance to plummet. Today, an urgent appeal document from the Aristocrats' Affairs Office had been sent to the Supreme Council and into his hands. When Speaker Abe saw the document, he had the urge to throw the document at Lord Amos's face. He suppressed his anger and contacted Lord Amos. "Chairman AI Bay, may I know why you're looking for me?" Lord Amos was a little puzzled. What did Speaker Abe mean by taking the initiative to contact him, but not saying anything and just looking at him? Lord Amos was in a bad mood, too. His family's properties were constantly being attacked, causing chaos within his family. "Lord Amos, although we have a conflict with Duke Arthur, it doesn't mean that we can do things by hook or by crook," Speaker Abe said in a deep voice. "You've probably misunderstood something, haven't you?" Lord Amos asked in confusion. "This is the appeal document sent by the Aristocrats' Affairs Office. It records that Sky Knight Johnny of the Mather family attacked Duke Arthur's villa in Bama City, causing the death of a knight and many stewards," Speaker Abe said as he pointed at the document on the table. Needless to say, an appeal document that could be sent to the Supreme Council was related to a top noble. To the Aristocrats' Affairs Office, neither Duke Arthur nor the Mather family were people they could manage. Duke Arthur was a probationary member of the Supreme Council, while Lord Amos was a member of the Supreme Council. Both of them belonged to the Supreme Council. In addition, Duke Arthur had started a crazy revenge operation. After the Aristocrats' Affairs Office obtained Johnny's testimony as a rank 4 Sky Knight, they immediately sorted out the application documents and sent them to the Supreme Council. "What? I didn't know about this." Lord Amos was stunned when he heard this, and he hurriedly said. At this moment, he finally understood why the Mather family's properties were being destroyed. It was Duke Arthur's revenge. However, Lord Amos was sure that Duke Arthur had not given such an order. "Lord Amos, you don't have to lie in front of me. The testimony of Johnny Sky Knight of the Mather family has been verified by the Just Shrines, and it includes the testimony of your order." Speaker Abe looked down on Lord Amos for not telling the truth in front of him at such a time. "No, this is not true. I want to ask the Just Shrines for an explanation. Which priest verified this testimony?" Lord Amos hurriedly denied. According to this testimony, Lord Amos had broken the rules of the aristocrats and attacked the ordinary members of the Luce family first. Lord Amos had originally planned to sue Duke Arthur for breaking the rules of the aristocrats to the Supreme Council. Although there was no evidence, he could still push Duke Arthur to the side of betraying the rules in the aristocratic circle. No aristocrat would get along with an aristocrat who had betrayed the rules. The rules of the aristocrats were the foundation of the aristocrats. The testimony of the Just Shrines was verified by the level 5 priest of Hawthorne. Speaker Abe said in a deep voice. Lord Amos looked at Speaker Abe in disbelief. He could tell from Speaker Abe's expression that he was not lying. In fact, neither of them had expected that the level 5 priest of Hawthorne would destroy the soul of the Sky Knight before Johnny could finish his question. At that time, the level 5 priest of Hawthorne asked who had ordered Johnny to do so, and the level 4 Sky Knight could only answer that it was the Lord's order. Actually, the level 4 Sky Knight wanted to say that the Lord had ordered him to investigate and that he had acted on his own initiative. The level 5 priest of Hawthorne had also misunderstood and treated him like a fool after hearing the beginning. The consequences of doing so left Lord Amos with no way to defend himself. Whoever dared to deny the testimony of the level 5 priest of Hawthorne would be blasphemous to the God of justice. According to the power of the Mather family, The Mather family's intelligence system should have known about the attack and arrest of the level 4 Sky Knight yesterday. However, the Mather family's intelligence system had been busy with reports of attacks since last night. They did not have the energy to care about other information. When it came to the attack on the family's property, ordinary information had to be put aside. Lord Amos, how do you think this matter should be handled? Speaker Abe asked in a deep voice. The Supreme Council had received a complaint that involved Duke Arthur and the Mather family, as well as the testimony of the Shrines of Justice. It could be said that the evidence was conclusive and unquestionable. If the Mather family had not been arrested, it would have been a small matter. However, the level 4 Sky Knight, Johnny, had not only been arrested, but also testified that he had been ordered to do so by Lord Amos. Thus, the top nobles of the Mather family had to be held accountable for breaking the rules of the nobles. Since last night, nearly 60 of my family's properties have been destroyed. There are still properties being destroyed at this moment. Lord Amos clenched his fists and said. Speaker Abe had also heard about the attack on the Mather family's properties, but he did not expect so many properties to be destroyed. The Mather family's attack on Villa number 35 of Bama City was like opening Pandora's box. It turned Duke Arthur's originally rational actions into this crazy revenge. In the past, no matter how much Duke Arthur wanted to take revenge, he would first find the main members of the family. After dealing with them, he would then continue to destroy the entire family. For example, some time ago, the 5 top nobles who participated in the attack on Duke Arthur would not have to worry about Duke Arthur's revenge as long as they hid the high-ranking knight and the direct descendants of the family. Duke Arthur must have mobilized the hidden combat power for his madness. Although Johnny Sky Knight's behavior was extremely foolish, it was also to expose Duke Arthur's whereabouts. Duke Arthur is now on Planet Gammy. I've decided to launch an attack on Planet Gammy, but I still need some support. Speaker Abe said with a faint smile. All the public interstellar teleportation portals in the great world of God were in the hands of the Supreme Council. Hence, it was very easy for Speaker Abe to find out the whereabouts of specific people. Previously, Duke Arthur did not have any record of using the public planetary teleportation portal at all. Although Speaker Abe was very suspicious that Duke Arthur was on Planet Gammy, it was impossible to mobilize a large number of people to encircle and annihilate him. This time, Johnny Sky Knight took the initiative to attack Duke Arthur's villa and lured Duke Arthur out. Through the interstellar teleportation portal in Bama City, Speaker Abe found out that Duke Arthur's destination was Planet Gammy. The feud between Speaker Abe and Duke Arthur was no longer the same as before. As long as Duke Arthur was not killed, Speaker Abe's prestige would not be restored. Perhaps he might even lose his position as the chairman and the leader of the alliance of 23 top nobles in the next election. I will participate in the operation with Gerald. I will also do my best to persuade the other level 5 Knight Templar Knights to participate in the operation. Lord Amos's eyes lit up, and he promised loudly. There were 2 level 5 Knight Templar Knights in his family, and Gerald Templar Knight was the other one. He was also one of the people who participated in the ambush of Duke Arthur. After forming a deadly feud, Lord Amos was also prepared to cooperate with Speaker Abe. With the influence of the Mather family and Speaker Abe, it would not be difficult to organize a new encirclement operation. David did not know about the plan here. He did not stay in Bama City and return to Planet Gammy that night. Bama City was not safe. If he stayed here for a long time, he would be found by his enemies soon. David did not think that the Noble Affairs Office and the law enforcement team in Bama City could do anything to stop the attack from the top nobles. The energy clones of the 8 level 5 Knight Templar Knights destroyed the Mather family's property map quickly. If it were not for the fact that most of the time was spent on the journey, the Mather family's property would have been destroyed even more. David decided that for the next period of time, besides training every day, he would control the 8 energy clones to destroy the Mather family's property. He wanted every noble in the great world of God to see the consequences of breaking the rules. Killing was the best deterrent, especially for the top nobles of the Mather family. The deterrent effect was even better. To be honest, using the energy clones of the level 5 Knight Templar Knights to destroy these ordinary properties was really a waste of talent. However, David's level 5 Knight Templar Knights had many energy clones. The advantage of the energy clones was too obvious. Their extreme speed allowed the energy clones to travel a long distance in the shortest time possible. When the energy clones were dealing with enemies below level 5, their speed was a terrible nightmare. Level 4 Sky Knights were all killed in seconds before they appeared in groups to form a Knight battle formation. In 2 days, a large number of the Mather family's properties were destroyed. Strangely, the Mather family did not seem to have much of a reaction. They only evacuated some of their important personnel. Butler Dickens, take these gifts to the Shrines of Justice and thank the level 5 priest Hawthorne on my behalf, David said as he handed a space ring to Butler Dickens. Master, you don't want to go in person? Butler Dickens asked strangely. The level 5 priest Hawthorne was an important figure in the Shrines of Justice. He had a noble status. After helping David deal with the level 4 Sky Knight, David should go in person and thank him. You can go. The gifts can make up for everything else, David said with a smile. He could understand what Butler Dickens was thinking. Butler Dickens was reminding him because of him. But how could Butler Dickens know that David didn't want to get close to any shrines, especially the main shrines? He couldn't go there now. David still remembered that during the battle with the plague god Gladstone, the plague god Gladstone chose to attack him almost immediately. David was the weakest in the team at that time. The reason why the plague god Gladstone chose to attack him must be because he had an aura that made the plague god Gladstone hesitate. The only aura on David's body that could make the plague god Gladstone hesitate was the battle angel, the crystal left behind by the bald man, and the bone of the battle angel. No matter which one it was firmly bound to David. He didn't want to be discovered by any god and get rid of him in order to take away any of these two things. So in the whole great world of God, David's taboo place was the shrines close to the gods. Chapter 844. A Lord-level galactic flying ship was traveling quietly in space. If anyone saw what was going on in the main cabin, they would definitely scream out loud. 24 level. 5 knights were sitting in the small main cabin, including Speaker Abe. Speaker Abe knew very well that if the operation to kill Duke Arthur failed again, it would be the last time he organized a level 5 operation of this scale. Even if they had organized this operation, they wouldn't have been able to succeed without Lord Amos's help. This operation was a chance for Speaker Abe to regain his prestige. If it succeeded, his position would be more stable in the future, but if it failed, he would lose a lot. Look, is this still Planet Gammy? Algernon's level, 5 Knight exclaimed. All the level, 5 Knights looked out the porthole. Planet Gammy was right in front of them. Looking from space, Planet Gammy was no longer a desolate place. Apart from the 2 green continents, one of the 4 continents was half covered in green. The other 3 continents also had spots of green. This meant that Planet Gammy was far more valuable than before. Planet Gammy was being transformed rapidly. This is the technology of the Interstellar Federation. The Interstellar Federation still has its merits. A level, 5 Knight exclaimed. The Interstellar Federation's technology can only be used in the Interstellar Federation. Once the Interstellar Federation's technology is used in the great world of God and ordinary people have the power to fight against knights, the consequences. Speaker Abe reminded in a low voice. Yes, Duke Arthur is an anomaly. He's a threat to the nobles. Lord Amos added. However, not many people believed what he said. Previously, when he sent people to attack Duke Arthur's villa, it still affected him. Those who broke the rules of the nobles, even if they were on the same side, would be alienated appropriately. After killing Duke Arthur, everyone here can compete for the right to occupy Planet Gammy. Speaker Abe suggested with a smile. What Speaker Abe said didn't have much appeal to the many 5th-rank Temple Knights, who among the top nobles here didn't have their own planet. Although this Gammy planet wasn't bad, it was still some distance away from the value that really moved them. The Jami Star Security Scanning System detected the approaching Starry Sky flying ship, and the alarm immediately went off. The robot factory's equipment moved underground, and most of the robots stopped working and went into hibernation. The AI system used many methods to warn David, but unfortunately, none of these warnings reached David. Right now, David was in the middle of his daily training in the space fragment. After he finished his training, he still needed to use the bloodline power purification ability to absorb the bloodline power of 33 rank for Sky Knight. He wouldn't be able to leave the space fragment for at least an hour. The universal flying ship hovered in the air, and 24 5th rank Temple Knight flew out from the ship. Each of them released their energy clones, increasing the number of 5th rank combatants by 24. The 24 energy clones moved first. They formed the night battle formation and flew above the pale golden castle, surrounding it. The castle's defensive shield did not even last for a moment before it was forcefully broken. No matter how strong the shield was, it could not defend against the night battle formation formed by 24 energy clones. It could not even last for a moment. Duke Arthur is not in the castle. There's no need to enter the castle. After the defensive barrier was broken, the castle was covered by the Knight's battle formation, and a 5th rank Temple Knight immediately declared, "That's strange. Did Duke Arthur receive the news?" Amos asked with a frown. He was now in the middle of Duke Arthur's revenge. In the past 2 days, his family had suffered a great loss. The loss of wealth was still bearable for the Mather family, but the biggest loss was their reputation. As a top family, their businesses were continuously destroyed, and they could not do anything about it. This made the Mather family lose face in the noble circle. If they could not get rid of Duke Arthur, the reputation that the Mather family had accumulated for thousands of years would be ruined in his hands. Impossible. Our actions are very secretive, and we have prepared in advance to block intelligence. We will not be discovered for at least 10 days. Speaker Abe shook his head. For this operation, the Alliance had made sufficient preparations. Everything was carried out through the most secretive channels. Have you discovered the material used for this castle? A level 5 Temple Knight reminded them. In fact, he did not need to say anything. The level 5 Temple Knights present were all very knowledgeable. How could they not know what the castle in front of them was made of? It was just that they all had different thoughts. Now that the level 5 Temple Knight had pointed it out, they no longer hid anything. Brilliant goldstone, but such a large piece of brilliant goldstone is really rare. Speaker Abe exclaimed. Speaker Abe, I am interested in taking over this planet. A lord next to him said with a smile. My family is also interested in this planet. I want to join in as well. Of course, my family should have a share. In an instant, many lords were fighting for the control of Gammy Planet. It was no longer as desolate as before. Everyone could see that such a large piece of brilliant goldstone was enough to prove that there was a giant brilliant goldstone mine on this planet. The wealth was not small, and it was enough to attract the attention of the top nobles. All right, we will hold a public auction for the control of Gammy Planet after we have taken care of Duke Arthur, Speaker Abe decided in a deep voice. The lords did not have any objections. The other level 5 Temple Knights did not even have to refuse. If they held a public auction, the top nobles who did not have lords would have chance. Everyone, let's split up and look for Duke Arthur. Chairman Abe ordered. He did not want to discuss the matter any further. Duke Arthur had not been found yet, and they had already started to divide up the territories. Speaker Abe personally took the lead. His energy clone flew into the distance. The rest of the energy clones also split up and began to look for Duke Arthur on Gammy Planet. David finished his training. It was time for him to rest. He left the dimensional fragment and controlled the 8 energy clones in the cave outside to continue destroying the Mather family's property. However, as soon as he came out of the dimensional fragment, he received an alert from the AI system. David turned on the screen and connected to the AI system. The AI system then fed the situation outside to the screen through a scanning device. He saw the starry sky, flying ship floating in the sky, the 24 5th ranked Temple Knights next to the starry sky flying ship, as well as the energy clones flying all over Kami's star. David built Jami's star because he wanted to make Jami's star his home in the truest sense. He had a lot of secrets, so many that he did not dare to reveal too much in front of many people, even his own family. Gami Planet was different. David could spread his wings and show off his abilities. The only person who could come here was Butler Dickens, and he was just an ordinary person. Butler Dickens was not usually on Gami Planet. He would take care of business most of the time. He would only come to Gami Planet when there was something important to report. Therefore, Gami Planet was David's private garden. Now that his privacy had been destroyed, he was very angry. However, David would not go out at a time like this. No matter how strong he was, he only had 11 level 5 Temple Knights and 8 energy clones. There were 24 level 5 Temple Knights and 24 energy clones outside. This kind of power could sweep through everything in the great world of God. David coldly looked at the energy clones flying around and destroying the robots they found. One of the energy clones flew above the factory and destroyed it with a few blasts of the blood power. Luckily, David had taken precautions. This kind of destruction only destroyed the surface of the factory. The 20 production lines were hidden underground. Of course, if the energy clones were to investigate carefully, they would be able to find clues. However, the energy clone's target was Duke Arthur. After 5 hours of searching, all 24 energy clones returned. Although they destroyed a lot of robots and equipment, they did not find Duke Arthur. If it wasn't for the message on the planetary portal, Speaker Abe would have thought that the news of Duke Arthur being on Gami Planet was fake. Let's go into the castle and discuss our next move. Speaker Abe said in the air. Everyone agreed to his suggestion. They entered the castle and looked at the decorations. Although the decorations were not as good as those of the top nobles, it was still the best among the big nobles. Duke Arthur must have robbed these. If you like them, please take them. They are souvenirs. Speaker Abe said with a smile as he walked. Naturally, there were people who took the items they liked, especially the level 4 knight armor and level 4 heavy sword in the castle. They were the most popular. These were the works of a Grandmaster Forger and Grandmaster Alchemist. For a level 4 Sky Knight in the family, they were the best equipment. However, no one noticed that the castle was densely packed with scanning devices. They were recording everything they did. In the meeting room, Speaker Abe sat in the main seat while the others sat according to their positions. I just found the location of the dazzling goldstone mine. It is in the shallow sea of continent number 1. It requires a certain level of skill to mine. Speaker Abe understood that they needed to use benefits to keep the level 5 Temple Knight here. He also mentioned benefits first. How was the production of the dazzling goldstone mine? A lord immediately asked. It is a super rich mine. The production is enough to suppress the value of the dazzling goldstone to the level of an ordinary alchemy material. Speaker Abe replied with a smile. We didn't come here in vain. A lord nodded and replied. Everyone, I am certain that Duke Arthur is on Gami Planet. If we want to find him, the best way is to mobilize the alchemists to set up a war-level warning array and seal off the entire Gami Planet. Then, we will send a large number of knights to conduct a carpet search. Speaker Abe suggested. Speaker Abe's suggestion was a huge project, but it was not difficult to divide it among the 23 top nobles. It was just that it would take longer. The warning array could cover a range of several dozen kilometers. As long as there was a wisp of energy fluctuation or life fluctuation, it would sound an alarm. This kind of warning array was a kind of war-level array. Because it could suppress the energy in the air, it was very rarely used in ordinary areas. Using this kind of warning array, specially designed for war, would cause a lot of harm to the environment. When the number of warning arrays reached the point where they could seal off the entire planet, they would form a huge array that could restrict the energy of the entire planet. This kind of array also maintained its sensitivity to energy fluctuations and life fluctuations. When setting up the warning array, one more thing needed to be done, and that was to kill all life forms on the planet's surface. This matter was very simple for a level 5 Temple Knight's energy doppelganger to do. He only needed to release his aura and scatter over the entire planet. No ordinary life form could survive under the aura of a level 5 Temple Knight's energy doppelganger. This was also a form of damage to the planet. As long as any life form appeared within the warning array that sealed off the planet, it would trigger an alarm. This kind of war-level alchemy array was only used during war because of its huge side effects. If the warning array was used against an ordinary knight, it would be very effective, no matter how talented he was. Because as long as Duke Arthur appeared, his life fluctuations would trigger the alchemy array. No matter where Duke Arthur was hiding, he could not train. Cultivation required energy, and the warning array restricted the flow of energy. This made the knight's daily cultivation unable to absorb the energy in the air. Even if the knight only absorbed top-notch krypton crystals to cultivate, it would also produce energy fluctuations that would be detected by the warning array. And with Duke Arthur's speed of growth, he was definitely a cultivation madman and would not be able to persist for long. Moreover, sending a large number of low-level knights to search the surface of the planet would make it impossible for Duke Arthur to hide. Of course, this premise was based on the fact that Duke Arthur was on the planet. The strange thing was that the level 5 Temple Knight present did not object to this. This was also the special perception of a level 5 Temple Knight. Perhaps they did not sense Duke Arthur's existence when they first arrived on the planet, but the feeling of being spied on later made them understand that Duke Arthur was on the planet. This was the special ability of a Temple Knight of the 5th rank. Especially the body of Temple Knight of the 5th rank. It possessed an extremely powerful sensing ability. And with the addition of the secret techniques of the first-rate noble families, this kind of sensing ability was strengthened. Agreed, seal off the planet. If he hides and hides with us, we will make it impossible for him to hide. Amos Lord was the first to express his support. Agreed, agreed, agreed. The level 5 Temple Knight and Lords all agreed with Speaker Abe's suggestion. It would not be too troublesome to use the war-level alchemy array stored by their families and send some alchemists to set it up. Chapter 845. David used the Interstellar Federation surveillance equipment in the castle to watch the conversation of these level 5 knights. He had also heard of the so-called Warning Alchemy Array. In his alchemy knowledge system, war alchemy arrays were a very important part. Due to the special nature of war alchemy arrays, they were of no help to production and living. When they produced special effects, the price was the destruction of the local environment. The special nature of the Interstellar Federation's technology didn't let these level 5 knights discover that they were being monitored. Of course, a large part of the reason for this was because David had the ability of a Grandmaster Alchemist. He combined the alchemy technology of the great world of God with the technology of the Interstellar Federation, reducing the probability of the Interstellar Federation's technology being discovered. These first-rate nobles made the decision to seal off the Gamma Star, ignoring the environmental impact of the war alchemy array on the Gamma Star. This made David have no more scruples. Perhaps he didn't have the slightest confidence in fighting these level 5 knights face-to-face, but when it came to unscrupulous assassination and harassment, these level 5 knights added together couldn't compare to him. But he wasn't ready to act at this time. He was waiting. The Gamma Star's planet-level teleportation gate needed to be cracked. This was David's personal teleportation gate. Even if Speaker Abe was here, he didn't have the authority to open it. Thus, a level 5 knight proficient in alchemy set up a temporary teleportation gate. 3 master alchemists came through the temporary teleportation gate to crack the planet-level teleportation gate's authority. This required a process, but David focused on the temporary teleportation gate. In the cave, David summoned the shadow, pterosaur. He decided to use it for this operation. Sitting on the back of the shadow pterosaur in the cave, David gently patted the shadow pterosaur's head, conveying the importance of this operation. Knowing the importance of this operation, the shadow pterosaur was very excited. It seemed to want to participate in the battle more than David. The shadow pterosaur wrapped David with energy and then activated its invisibility talent ability. It and David disappeared from the cave. Moving in a flash, the shadow pterosaur brought David to the sky outside the cave. They were in a special space, so it was completely isolated from the real world. Following David's instructions, the shadow Quetzalcoatlus flew towards the temporary portal. After the three master alchemists were teleported through the temporary portal, it didn't stop teleporting. The knight kept delivering all kinds of materials. It must be known that this time, the 24 5th level Temple Knight would be staying on Gammy Star for a long time. Previously, they had come in secret and did not bring their respective servants. Now, the 24 level 5 Temple Knight needed to stay on Gammy Star for a while. They couldn't stay in Duke Arthur's villa. Duke Arthur was familiar with the security arrangements there, so they wouldn't feel safe there. Therefore, the 24 5th ranked Temple Knights needed their own tents, servants to serve them, knights to guard them, and so on. There would also be a large number of low-level knight coming later. All of these required logistical support, and the consumption of materials would not be small. Before the planet-level portal was cracked, the temporary portal would be very busy. The energy avatars of the 2 5th-level Temple Knight stood in front of the temporary portal. Their task was to ensure that Duke Arthur would not leave through the temporary portal. Of course, the energy avatars of the 2 5th-level Temple Knight did not believe that anyone could secretly leave through the temporary portal under their noses. However, the truth was that David rode the shadow Quetzalcoatlus to the temporary teleportation gate. His spirit entered the temporary teleportation gate and used his Grandmaster Alchemist ability to easily add his own authority to the teleportation gate. Then something unexpected happened. David saw that the temporary portal was connected to the main planets of all the top nobles, except for Speaker Abe's Lynn family. In fact, this was not a surprise. There were a total of 23 top nobles, and Speaker Abe's materials were provided by the Mather family. The 22 top nobles had prepared the corresponding resources from their respective families and were ready to send them in batches. Naturally, they needed to establish a fixed connection with the temporary portal. On the Gammy Star, the 5th-ranked Temple Knights of the 22 top-notch nobles were authorized to connect to their own family's teleportation gates. This resulted in this inconspicuous temporary teleportation gate connecting the 22 top-notch nobles' main planets in all directions. This temporary portal was given the authority for this operation. Therefore, during the operation, even if the planet-level portal of Planet Gammy was cracked, the temporary portal would always be a backup portal and would always be allowed to teleport by default. David had always wanted to obtain the right to teleport to these planets. Now that all of them had appeared in front of him, he did not know how to choose. In the end, he chose the Mather family first. He still remembered the Dead Knight Andrew, Euphemia, and Stuart Albin. The busy temporary portal kept flashing. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, but it did not attract the attention of the energy avatars of the 2 5th-level Temple Knight. The shadow pterosaur was still in stealth mode. When it appeared, it did not attract anyone's attention. No one knew that someone had just used the portal. David chose Planet Mather, the main planet of the Mather family. The reason why the top nobles chose the main planet for the transportation of materials was to keep it a secret. Once the new forces led by Lord Gould found out, trouble would follow. The top nobles thought that as long as they sealed off Planet Gammy, they could slowly find Duke Arthur. They were confident that as long as Duke Arthur appeared, they would be able to kill him. If Speaker Abe knew that Duke Arthur had a Lord-level communication circle, he would not have this idea of keeping a secret. Of course, David did not want to use the Lord-level communication circle to contact Lord Gould. He was angered by these top nobles, and he would not let Lord Gould get involved. It should be noted that once the Lord of Gould joined in, the possibility of starting a war would be close to zero. This operation would only become a compromise between the two sides. The temple would definitely not allow so many top-level nobles to fight head-on. The shrines allowed friction between top nobles. Even small-scale infighting was limited to level 5 and below. The top nobles were an important reserve of power for the shrines. When necessary, they would need to use the power of the top nobles to solve the problems of the shrines. Therefore, David did not want to let the news out. He wanted to solve it himself. It would also solve some of the problems of soul energy. Right now, he had dozens of level 4 Sky Knight corpses, but he did not have enough soul energy to resurrect them. Once he had enough soul energy, these level 4 Sky Knight corpses would be able to help him in his training. Near the portal of Planet Mather, there were a lot of resources. There were also knights constantly sending resources from all over the place and placing them near the portal. David also saw cooks, maids, housekeepers, and more than 100 people gathering. It seemed like they were serving the 2 level 5 knights of the Mather family. He did not make a move here. Instead, he patted the shadow pterosaur, and the shadow pterosaur quietly flew into the distance. Planetary teleportation portals wouldn't be too far away from the main castle, nor would they be placed inside the main castle. This was because the spatial energy fluctuations of planetary teleportation portals were too strong, and they needed to be a certain distance away to remain unaffected. At the same time, the role of a planetary level portal was very important. Being far away from the main castle would also affect travel. David came to the sky above the main castle. He did not pay attention to the defensive barrier. He directly activated the plague pattern in his soul space. Ever since he got the plague pattern that was above level 5, he had only used it once. That was when he was fighting against the Federation fleet in space. This was the first time he used it in an environment like this. When David activated the plague pattern, he did not choose the method that would take the shortest time to activate the plague pattern. Instead, he chose the method that was most infectious. This was an option that came with the plague pattern. As the basic ability of the plague god, Gladstone, this ability had established his terrifying reputation. To be honest, although David did not show any mercy before, he was not so decisive as to use this terrifying ability that was completely out of his control. The plague pattern was above level 5. Perhaps because of his own spirit and level, the most damage caused by the plague pattern was only level 5. However, this was still not something a knight below level 5 could withstand. The scariest thing about the plague pattern was not its poison, but its uncontrollable nature, especially after choosing the most infectious method. However, after the Mather family made their move on Mansion number 35 in the main city of Bama, and the 24 level 5 knights raided Planet Gammy, David no longer had any scruples. He was ready to use all the means at his disposal to let these top nobles know what revenge was. The plague rune appeared in the sky. Due to its height, no one noticed the faint grayish-black plague rune. It was different from the last time he used the plague pattern. That time, he chose the effect that would take the shortest time to activate the plague pattern. After the plague pattern was activated, it turned into a black mist. This time, after choosing the most infectious method, the plague pattern turned into a colorless and odorless gas state when it was activated. The main castle of the Mather family was very lively today. There were a lot of people going in and out. The transfer of resources and personnel needed to be coordinated here. The plague pattern turned into gas and fell on the defensive barrier, but the barrier did not notice or stop it. Perhaps the barrier did not even consider the gas a threat. David did not stay to observe. He had two choices. One was to use this opportunity as much as possible to attack every top nobles. The other was to attack the Mather family with all his might. He did not choose to attack the Mather family with all his might because he noticed that the 2 level 5 knights of the Mather family were on Planet Gammy. There was no target worth attacking here. With the size of the Mather family, attacking other targets would not do much harm to the Mather family. It would take time for the plague pattern to reach its maximum effect. It would be better to teach every top noble family a lesson and let them feel their private territory being attacked. The Shadow Quetzalcoatlus took David back to the portal. He used a portal item carried by a knight to teleport into the portal, and then he entered the portal. When he reappeared, David was back on Planet Gammy. He was still invisible. He rode the Shadow Pterosaur and floated on the ground. About 10 meters away from David were the energy avatars of the 2 level 5 knights, but they did not notice him. David also sighed in his heart. The Shadow Pterosaur was special. No wonder it was worthy of being designated as a flying mount by the ancient god servants. It was a pity that no one in the Dennis family could successfully sign a life-sharing contract with the Shadow Pterosaur, so David took advantage of it. Of course, if David did not appear, the Shadow Pterosaur would have died soon. There would not be a chance for it to regain its glory. The Shadow Pterosaur's stealth ability was even more insane than David's lightning body. It should be noted that the lightning formed by the lightning body's innate ability was only extremely weak. It could still be seen with the naked eye, but it couldn't truly become invisible. Needless to say, he had appeared 10 meters away from the energy clones of the two Temple Knights of the 5th rank without being detected by the energy clones. David chose planet Jenna from the temporary portal, and the Shadow Pterosaur took him to the temporary portal. It was still the same operation. He activated the plague pattern above the main castle of planet Jenna and left planet Gammy. In just an hour, David went in and out of the temporary portal and placed the plague pattern on the main castle of the 22 top nobles. Until now, the planetary portal on the other side had not been cracked. The 3 master alchemists were in trouble and were constantly working hard. After David returned to planet Gammy, he sneered and glanced in the direction of the planetary portal. If they wanted to crack the planetary portal, without the power of a Grandmaster Alchemist, the 3 Master Alchemists would be underestimating him. David looked at the time. There were still 11 hours before the outbreak of the plague pattern. He had not planned to wait for it to break out. The level 5 knight side was not easy to sneak attack. The 24 level 5 knights had not settled down yet. They were still gathered together, so there was no chance to attack. David also did not choose to use his energy avatars. Since this place was only 1 kilometer away from the castle, if the energy avatars were to receive an attack they could not withstand, they would be taken back by the main body. Besides, if he did not use his level 5 knight, it would be impossible for him to destroy 2 energy avatars at the same time. These energy avatars did not act alone. At least 2 of them acted together. Chapter 846. Justice was a level 4 Sky Knight of the Muir family. His mission was to protect a level 5 Temple Knight. The level 4 Sky Knight, Justice, walked out of the temporary portal and looked around. This was the legendary Duke Arthur's territory, Gammy Star. The wreckage of metal golems could be seen on the ground. Or, according to the Interstellar Federation, they were robot wreckage. The level 4 Sky Knight, Justice, didn't know how his family had offended Duke Arthur, but he knew that Duke Arthur was finished. This was the confidence of a top noble. His mission was to set up a tent for a level 5 Temple Knight and guard inside. This mission was very safe because the tent was protected by a defensive rune. Anyone who tried to force their way in would be stopped by the defensive rune. Once the defensive rune was activated, the level 5 Temple Knight would act. There were 24 level 5 knights here, and their opponent was someone as strong as Duke Arthur. The family didn't need level 4 Sky Knights to act. They were only responsible for coordinating with the defensive rune and sounding the alarm when the time was right. Justice was thinking as he walked. Suddenly, he felt his heart palpitate. It was a strange feeling. The energy avatars of the 2 level 5 Temple Knights were only 800 meters away from him. They could cover this distance in 2 breaths. It could be said that this was the defensive range of a level 5 Temple Knight. Just as the level 4 Sky Knight was feeling strange, a figure appeared behind him and grabbed him by the neck. He instinctively wanted to resist, but the strength of the hand made it impossible for him to struggle. His neck was broken. David controlled the shadow Quetzalcoatlus to fly to his target. A level 4 Sky Knight appeared behind him. Before he deactivated his invisibility, he placed his right hand on the level 4 Sky Knight's neck. However, because they were in a different dimension, David's hand couldn't touch the level 4 Sky Knight. But as the invisible state was removed, he didn't even need to move his hand to grab the level 4 Sky Knight's neck. How could a 4th ranked Sky Knight resist the power of a 5th ranked Temple Knight? In one breath, David had finished off this LV4 Sky Knight. After collecting the corpse of the LV4 Sky Knight, he swept his sword towards the 5 nearby LV3 Earth Knights. The 5 rank 5 light longsword easily chopped the 5 rank 3 Earth Knights into 2 halves. After finishing the battle, David controlled the Shadowwing Dragon to activate invisibility and instantaneous movement, and then appeared 100 meters away. Enemy attack. A nearby knight could not help but shout when he saw the attack. The 2 energy doppelgangers closest to David also sensed the aura of battle. They flew over as soon as David made his move. Halfway through their flight, David ended the battle and disappeared once again. These 2 energy doppelgangers left their position and were over a kilometer away from another group of knights. While the 2 energy doppelgangers were still investigating the scene, trying to find David's figure, the Shadowwing Dragon brought David to the side of another group of knights. The same method of attack, without the slightest variation, was very practical. With one hand, he broke the neck of the Sky Knight and killed the other knights in the group, before finally using the Shadowwing Dragon's innate ability to escape from the battlefield. In a short few dozen seconds, David launched 5 surprise attacks, getting rid of the knight of the 5th rank. As a result, all the knights had no choice but to maintain their defensive knight formation, not daring to move. It was not that the previous group of knights did not form a knight formation, but David's appearance was too sudden. After appearing, he directly killed the core of the knight formation, the 4th rank Sky Knight. Even if the other 3rd rank Earth Knights maintained their formation, they could not block the attack of the 5th rank Light Longsword. For a 3rd rank Earth Knight, the 5th rank Light Longsword was an unstoppable attack. It was not a gap that the knight formation could make up for. Seeing the chaotic scene, David controlled the Shadowwing Dragon to fly to the planetary portal, and there, he casually killed the 3 master alchemists who were working hard. However, David did not have the opportunity to attack again. 24 5th rank Temple Knights flew out from the castle, and the remaining 24 energy doppelgangers gathered. It's Duke Arthur, he appeared, a 5th rank Temple Knight who saw David's attack through his energy doppelganger said in a deep voice. He did not look good. Duke Arthur's strange invisibility ability gave him a creepy feeling. Duke Arthur suddenly appeared and disappeared immediately after the attack. His energy doppelganger arrived only a second later and could not find a trace of Duke Arthur's presence. After the attack, Duke Arthur seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Fighting against such an enemy made this Temple Knight of the 5th rank doubt whether his previous decision was correct. This also proves that Duke Arthur is on planet Gammy. Let's spread out and use the perception of our main body to find Duke Arthur. I don't believe there is any invisibility ability that can hide from our main body. Speaker Abe was relieved when he heard the news of Duke Arthur's appearance. The only evidence of the whole operation was that Duke Arthur returned to planet Gammy through the planetary portal in Bama City, but they did not find Duke Arthur when they arrived at planet Gammy. In order to anger Duke Arthur and lure him out, Speaker Abe deliberately destroyed the buildings on planet Gammy and even took away some of the art in the castle. But after doing so much, Duke Arthur did not appear, which made Speaker Abe worried that Duke Arthur had left planet Gammy through other means. Spread out? That's too dangerous. A 5th rank Temple Knight objected. No one knew how powerful Duke Arthur was, but one thing was for sure. Many 5th rank Temple Knights had died in Duke Arthur's hands. Among them, the top nobles McPhee, a 5th rank Temple Knight, and Lord Marcus were Temple Knights they knew, especially Lord Marcus, who was a veteran 5th rank Temple Knight powerhouse. In terms of real combat power, Marcus Overlord was considered to be one of the strongest 5th rank Temple Knights, which made the 5th rank Temple Knights not want to fight Duke Arthur one-on-one. They were able to participate in the operation this time because of Speaker Abe's request and the favor Lord Amos had promised them. In addition, Duke Arthur's existence would indeed affect their status in the alliance of top-tier nobles. That was why they decided to participate in the operation again after the previous failure. But before they even fought Duke Arthur's surprise attack made many 5th rank Temple Knights regret participating in this operation. Let's split into 4 groups and surround this area in a night battle formation. Then, we'll set up a war-level alchemy array. Speaker Abe said with a frown. No one objected to Speaker Abe's suggestion. 6 5th-ranked Temple Knights in a night battle formation was safe enough. By the way, how did Duke Arthur become invisible? Did anyone see through it? Speaker Abe asked again. There were 23 top nobles gathered here, and the secret knowledge they had was extremely shocking. I think Duke Arthur's flying mount seems to be a shadow pterosaur. It's said that the Dennis family got a suspected shadow pterosaur egg from an evil god's believer. Duke Arthur emptied the Dennis family's castle and the nearby cities. The Dennis family's shadow pterosaur egg might have fallen into Duke Arthur's hands. A 5th-ranked Temple Knight said. Although the Dennis family had been hiding information about the shadow pterosaur egg, some top nobles still found out about it. However, according to the information they received, the egg's life force was extremely low, and it had lost its potential to be cultivated. Plus, they couldn't prove that the egg was the shadow pterosaur egg, and there were other suspicions. For a flying mount egg that was almost useless, the top nobles didn't want to take action. Shadow pterosaur? Speaker Abe's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the information he had read and quickly found information about the shadow pterosaur. The more he recalled the information about the shadow pterosaur, the more Speaker Abe's face darkened. Some of the 5th-ranked Temple Knights who knew about the shadow pterosaur also explained to the other 5th-ranked Temple Knights how special the shadow pterosaur was. However, Duke Arthur's shadow pterosaur seemed to have a more terrifying ability than what was recorded. Ordinary shadow pterosaurs could only hide in dark areas, but this shadow pterosaur could hide in open areas during the day and quickly disappear after appearing. The 5th-ranked Temple Knights thought that the ordinary shadow pterosaur was the mount of the ancient god servant, and it was an even more terrifying mutated species. Follow the plan. Speaker Abe didn't know what to do at the moment. Fortunately, they had Duke Arthur trapped, so he ordered in a deep voice. Speaker Abe also understood why Duke Arthur could assassinate a 5th-ranked Temple Knight in the past. With the shadow pterosaur as his flying mount, assassinating anyone would be a piece of cake. Fortunately, he knew how Duke Arthur hid, so he immediately ordered people to search for relevant information about the shadow pterosaur. They would definitely be able to find the weakness of the shadow pterosaur. The shadow pterosaur wasn't invincible, even if it was a mutated one. Otherwise, the shadow pterosaur wouldn't have disappeared from the stage of history. If it really didn't work, Speaker Abe was prepared to contact the shrine's friends and find out the weakness of the shadow pterosaur through their connections with the shrines. Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. He would only do it in secret. What about the planet-level portal? The 3 master alchemists were all killed. A 5th-ranked Temple Knight asked before dispersing. Set up the alarm alchemy circle first. Then I'll invite the Grandmaster alchemists over. Speaker Abe thought for a moment and replied. The 24 5th-ranked Temple Knights separated in the air into 4 groups. Each group was responsible for an area. The 5th-ranked Temple Knights' main body's perception was not comparable to the energy doppelgangers. This was also why they were confident that once Duke Arthur appeared again, they would be able to sense it in advance through their main body's perception. Or, if Duke Arthur escaped, they would be able to track him down through their main body's perception. The energy doppelgangers formed groups of 2 and completely sealed off the area around the temporary teleportation portal. It wasn't the knight who came out of the temporary teleportation portal, but the alchemists. They started to set up the alarm alchemy circle as soon as they came out. Under such a defensive situation, David didn't dare to approach and attack. Although the shadow pterosaur was very powerful just now, it was still young and its ability hadn't reached its peak. If it got too close to the 5th-ranked Temple Knight, even the 5th-ranked Knight's aura might affect the shadow pterosaur. If the shadow pterosaur's reaction was a beat slower, David might fall into the encirclement of the 5th-ranked Temple Knight. David's mind was very clear. He didn't think that he wouldn't be discovered after having the shadow pterosaur. He had plenty of time to slowly harass them. These 5th-ranked Temple Knights couldn't stay together forever. David relaxed and patted the shadow pterosaur with a smile. The shadow pterosaur flew towards a distant mountain. When it reached the mountain, it activated its innate ability, teleport, and brought David to a cave inside the mountain. David controlled the shadow pterosaur to fly directly into the spatial fragment. His training time was up, and he didn't want to waste time, so he continued with his training plan. The first alarm array was set up around the temporary teleportation gate of the Gammy Star. This made the 5th-ranked Temple Knight feel relieved. In their opinion, with the alarm array, Duke Arthur would be unable to launch a sneak attack if he appeared again. Of course, these 5th-ranked Temple Knight were disappointed because the alarm array had an effective range of several dozen kilometers. They thought that once the alarm array was set up, Duke Arthur's tracks would be exposed. But they didn't expect that after the alarm array was set up, there would be no news of Duke Arthur. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Thinking of this, Speaker Abe couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that the alarm array couldn't discover Duke Arthur? There are 2 possibilities as to why the alchemy circle didn't detect Duke Arthur. One was that Duke Arthur's flying mount, the Shadow Winged Dragon, had the ability to avoid detection from the alchemy circle. The other possibility was that Duke Arthur had already left this area. From the various alchemy patterns on the Gammy Star, it could be seen that Duke Arthur's alchemy knowledge was extremely profound. Thus, it was very likely that Duke Arthur had recognized the alarm array and left. Speaker Abe could only comfort himself with this. If the alarm array was really ineffective, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Could these 5th-ranked Temple Knight stay on the Gammy Star? Perhaps even if they stayed, they wouldn't be able to trap Duke Arthur. Who knew if the Shadow Pterosaur could fly in space? At least, as the flying mount of the ancient gods' divine servants, it wasn't strange for it to fly in space. Chapter 847. The young Sky Knight Miles, a direct descendant of the Mather family, was sitting in Planet Mather's castle. He was the eldest son of the Lord of Amos and a very famous genius of the Mather family. Sky Knight Miles was standing in the square of the castle. He was looking at a few stewards arranging the allocation of resources. He didn't need to get involved in these things. His job here was to issue an order whenever there was a need to mobilize resources. "Are you sick? Why you look so pale?" A manager passed by him and asked when he saw the manager's pale face. "Young Master Miles, I'm fine. It won't affect my work." The manager bowed and replied. But as soon as he finished speaking, he coughed rapidly and spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood seemed to have flipped a switch. Violent coughing sounds came from both inside and outside the castle. Even Sky Knight Miles himself felt a little dizzy. His body temperature was a little high, and his throat was itchy. He wanted to cough to relieve the pain. Damn it, something's wrong. Find an alchemist who specializes in healing. Sky Knight Miles forcefully suppressed the pain in his body and ordered loudly. Sky Knight Miles knew very well that it was possible for normal managers and servants to fall sick, but as a level 4 Sky Knight, his body was not comparable to a normal person's, let alone a normal illness. Even if a bottle of common poison was poured into his mouth, his body wouldn't have such a big reaction. "Yes, young Master Miles." A knight who followed Sky Knight Miles bowed. This knight's face was also very pale. The knight rushed towards the side castle and summoned his horse to increase his speed. Rushing into the alchemy room, the knight saw the dispirited alchemist pouring all kinds of potions into his mouth. The knight didn't have time to say anything. He grabbed the alchemist in his hand, jumped on his horse, and returned to square. "Tell me, what's going on?" Sky Knight Miles looked at the alchemist and asked in a deep voice. "Young Master Miles, this is a plague, the strongest plague. I've never seen such a terrifying plague." The alchemist was still a little confused, but as a healer, he still answered Sky Knight's question. Sky Knight Miles' expression changed. If this plague could affect a level 4 Sky Knight like him, then what would happen to the others? Seal the portal immediately and inform the Overlord that there is a plague in the family. Sky Knight ordered without any hesitation. The plague represented death and destruction to ordinary people. Once it happened, it would result in a large number of deaths. It was impossible to detect such a formless enemy. In the past, perhaps only knights were immune to plagues due to their strong constitution. But this time, the plague made the Sky Knight's hair stand on end. It had been exactly 12 hours since David activated the plague pattern above the castle of the Mather family. When the invisible clock reached the last second, the servants in the square all fell to the ground. Then the knight also fell to the ground. Their strong constitution only allowed them to hold on for a little longer. They looked at the sky with blank eyes. They didn't understand why a knight would fall sick like a normal person. In front of Miles Sky Knight, the alchemist also fell to the ground. He drank so many bottles of potions, but it didn't help him hold on. Even Sky Knight Miles himself was kneeling on one knee. The blood in his body seemed to be burning, and the feeling of weakness made him feel like the knight's armor that he usually didn't care about was pressing down on his body like a mountain. The first servants to fall were rotting. Black blood flowed out of their festering skin and seeped into the ground. This was only Mather Planet. Soon after, the plague broke out on the other 21 planets one after another. The fear from the god of plagues Gladstone from tens of thousands of years ago once again descended on the world. At this time, the people who died didn't even know why they died. Gammy Planet. David left the cave when the plague broke out, with the shadow Quetzalcoatlus as his mount. When he left the cave and appeared in the sky, the warning alchemy circle didn't have any reaction. David was already confident about this. The warning alchemy circle was very sensitive. It suppressed the ordinary energy in the air, and once there were other energy fluctuations, it would sound the alarm. But the invisibility ability of the shadow, Quetzalcoatlus, allowed it to enter a special space. The energy fluctuations in that special space wouldn't affect the real space at all. David came to the temporary teleportation gate. Until now, the planet-level teleportation gate still hadn't been cracked. On the other side of the temporary teleportation gate, there were two Grandmaster Alchemists invited by Speaker Abe. The two Grandmaster Alchemists were sweating. The planet-level teleportation gate was very complicated. After being strengthened by David, who was beyond the Grandmaster Alchemist level, the two Grandmaster Alchemists felt helpless. If it was under normal circumstances, the two Grandmaster Alchemists would be happy to do research in the face of this level of alchemy. But there were many level 5 Temple Knight standing beside them. In particular, Speaker Abe was also here, which made the two Grandmaster Alchemists feel a lot of pressure. How long will it take the two of you to crack it? Speaker Abe suppressed his irritation and asked with a smile. The status of Grandmaster Alchemists was very high. Although they were not as high as lords, the great world of God lost half of its Grandmaster Alchemists last time, so the number of Grandmaster Alchemists was pitifully low. The great world of God had never been so short of Grandmaster Alchemists as it was now. There were only a few Grandmaster Alchemists. Speaker Abe invited the two Grandmaster Alchemists because of his position as Speaker. One of the Grandmaster Alchemists didn't answer Speaker Abe's question. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Speaker Abe, you said this planet-level teleportation gate was newly built. Do you know who built it? This teleportation gate was built by the shrines. There shouldn't be anyone else involved. Speaker Abe replied. In fact, the two Grandmaster Alchemists were sure that the planet-level teleportation gate was built by the shrines. It was just that they didn't believe that the shrines had such a powerful Grandmaster Alchemist. Perhaps this Grandmaster Alchemist was already beyond the level of a Grandmaster Alchemist. To be honest, it would take more time to crack this planet-level teleportation gate. It would be better to build a planet-level teleportation gate. Another Grandmaster Alchemist said helplessly. His words meant that he admitted that he was inferior to the other party. It was not easy for a Grandmaster Alchemist to admit. Speaker Abe looked at the other level 5 Temple Knight beside him. The level 5 Knight fell silent. The more they learned about Duke Arthur, the more they couldn't see through him. If the two Grandmaster Alchemists couldn't crack the planet-level teleportation gate in a short time, it meant that Duke Arthur either had the ability to surpass a Grandmaster Alchemist, or he had such a talent with him. However, it was not easy to find such talent. Every Grandmaster Alchemist had to spend a lot of time and effort to overcome bottlenecks. It It was possible for a top nobleman to train a grandmaster alchemist. As long as they found a genius with great alchemy talent, they would spend a lot of resources to train him or her, and a lot of luck, they would be able to train him or her. However, it was unimaginable for Duke Arthur, a newly risen duke, to cultivate a grandmaster alchemist who was better than a normal grandmaster alchemist. Not to mention the other possibility, which was that Duke Arthur himself was a grandmaster alchemist. What kind of genius would it take to become a level 4 Sky Knight in a year with a crazy training speed, and at the same time, to push alchemy to the peak of the great world of God? At this time, the plague had already broken out on 22 planets. However, the outbreak was too fast, and they did not have time to contact Planet Gamma. Even if there were a 5th level Holy Knight on some planets, because they were busy dealing with the sudden incident, they didn't immediately inform the Gamma star. In the sky, David was calculating the time when the plague would break out. He did not know the effect of the outbreak. Last time, he used the plague pattern in the sky. At that time, in order to kill all the enemies faster, he did not choose the most infectious one. Instead, he chose the most powerful outbreak. After that, he took back the poison that was left on the 200 warships into the plague pattern. He didn't know what the plague pattern's true effect would be. Just as David was thinking, some knights below showed symptoms. One by one, the knight collapsed on the ground. What happened? Speaker Abe flashed to the side of a knight on the ground. He reached out his hand to touch the knight's body, trying to find out what happened. However, just as his hand was about to touch the knight's body, his danger sense alerted him that the knight was in danger. Speaker Abe quickly retracted his hand and activated his bloodline power to reach out to the knight in place of his hand. Before the blood power touched the knight coughed violently and spit flew out. As soon as it came in contact with the blood power, traces of corrosion appeared on the blood power. Although the corrosion was not serious, it was very stubborn. Even Speaker Abe's level 5 blood power could not get rid of it in a short time. Be careful, everyone. The virus on these knights is above level 5. Speaker Abe quickly reminded when he saw the other level 5 temple knights preparing to check the other knights on the ground. All the temple knights of the 5th rank aroused the power of their bloodline, wrapping their whole bodies in a protective cover of bloodline power. At this time, all the knights and servants below level 5 on Gamma were on the ground. Some of the ordinary people were already dead. Where did this poison come from? The Amos Overlord exclaimed. They've been guarding this area. No one could escape their eyes if they wanted to poison them. Not to mention, these knights and servants belonged to different top nobles. They would not even eat in the same place or eat the same batch of food. It's a plague, a Grandmaster Alchemist said in a trembling voice as he cast a shield activated with a magic talisman. How can a plague affect a knight? Lord Amos asked in disbelief. Then we'll have to ask who you've offended. This is at least a level 5 plague. Another Grandmaster Alchemist did not think activating a shield was enough. He took out a strange suit and put it on. It was an isolation suit that alchemists wore when they were researching poisons. It was engraved with patterns to isolate poisons and had its own spinulosa disc. The two Grandmaster Alchemists understood their situation when they saw a level 4 Sky Knight among the fallen knight on the ground. Do you two know anything about plagues? How do you deal with this? Speaker Abe asked in a low voice as he had no other choice. We have no choice. Ask shrines, preferably the shrines of the earth, to deal with it. The Grandmaster Alchemist shook his head. Speaker Abe did not say anything. He was considering the pros and cons. Once the shrines got involved, this operation would be over. No matter which shrines it was, they would not watch nobles fight in front of them. Can the two of you help us find the source of the plague? One of the lords asked, feeling a little uneasy. This kind of uneasiness was an obvious hint for a level 5 knight, but the lord could not figure out what kind of hint it was. They must have come here after being infected. You can take a look at the temporary portal. The Grandmaster Alchemist said, pointing in the direction of the temporary portal. Only then did the level 5 knight realize that a few knights who had come out of the temporary portal had fallen on the ground. Those knights had not come into contact with the knights here, which meant that these knights had been infected before and had just broken out. All the level 5 knights' expressions changed. What was on the other side of the temporary portal? The temporary portal was connected to 22 planets, all of which were the main planets of the level 5 knight. If this horrible plague broke out on the main planets, what would the consequences be? The level 5 knight took out the communication circle and started contacting the main castle. Speaker Abe, I must return to the family. No one is responding to the main castle, a lord said in a low voice. He did not even bother to say goodbye. His figure flashed and flew toward the temporary portal. As for the rest of the 5th rank temple knights and lords, some of them didn't manage to get in touch with the lord's castle, while others did. But regardless of whether they managed to get in touch or not, none of them could sit still. Besieging Duke Arthur was a different matter. Something big had happened in the main castle. Who would care about this? Speaker Abe, something happened on planet Mather. I'll ask Gerald to go back and check it out. Amos, lord of the Mather family, was anxious, but he still decided to stay. There were 2 level 5 knight here anyway. It was the same to ask Gerald to go back and check and deal with it. If Amos Lord stayed, Speaker Abe would owe him a favor. He would be able to take care of the Mather family in all aspects in the future. Chapter 848. 12 Hours of Transmission. Anyone who came in contact with a plague rune would also be infected by the plague rune. When the 12 hours came, the plague broke out at the same time. David was worried that the plague would break out on a large scale, so he set it to break out at the same time for 12 hours. If he didn't set this setting and let the plague spread at will, it was very likely that the effect of the plague would grow exponentially and eventually endanger the entire great world of God. Of course, there were gods in the great world of God, and when the threat reached a certain level, the gods would take action. This was not what David wanted. He needed to hurt the top nobles and protect himself at the same time. It could be said that the 22 top nobles had never been hit like this before. The attack did not start with the top nobles, but almost all the middle and lower nobles were wiped out. Because the top nobles had to keep the mobilization of resources a secret, they all went through the family's internal channels. Under such circumstances, the plague kept spreading. When the 12 hours came, a large number of people from each top noble family had fallen, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. This was the result of David's 12-hour limit. If he had limited it to 24 or 48 hours, the number of deaths would have probably increased by more than 10 times. Some of the people who came into contact with the fallen were directly poisoned to death. It could be said that when the 12 hours came, the management of the 22 top nobles was almost paralyzed in an instant. It should be known that the people who mobilized the war resources were the important management of the top nobles. The fall of these people was a huge blow to the top nobles. The top nobles could still bear these blows, but what was more unbearable was the death of the important heirs. In the cultivation system of the top nobles, the talented and capable direct descendants would gain more power to participate in the family's affairs. This was also to learn the family's management and to prepare for taking over the family's affairs in the future. The plague destroyed the reserve talent of the 22 top nobles. Although there was still a reserve talent, a reserve was a reserve. It was very likely that there would not be a level 5 temple knight in the next generation. All kinds of heart-wrenching pain rose in the hearts of the top nobles and the 5th level temple knight. They suspected that this was Duke Arthur's doing, but what they couldn't understand was how Duke Arthur did it when he was trapped in Gammy. Speaker Abe and Amos Lord stayed on planet Gammy. Speaker Abe could no longer think about encircling Duke Arthur. He and Amos Lord hovered in the air, guarding against Duke Arthur's sneak attack. The reason why Speaker Abe didn't leave was that he needed to invite the Shrines of the Earth and Shrines of Justice to participate in this matter. From the expressions of the level 5 Holy Temple Knight and Suzerain, it was clear that the plague had appeared on the main planet connected to the temporary teleportation portal. During the battle with Duke Arthur, they were all affected by the plague, so Duke Arthur was the prime suspect. As for why he needed the Shrines of Justice, it was because Speaker Abe needed the Shrines of Justice to verify Duke Arthur's testimony. David was in the air, not far from Speaker Abe and Amos Lord. He didn't launch a sneak attack. After seeing how powerful Marcus Lord was, he knew that the top nobles weren't simple level 5 Holy Temple Knight. Not to mention Speaker Abe, who held a lot of power. If he couldn't suppress the other level 5 Holy Temple Knight, he wouldn't be able to hold the position of Speaker. David didn't even have the confidence to mobilize all 11 level 5 Holy Temple Knight to trap Speaker Abe and Amos Lord at the same time when Speaker Abe was on guard. The shadow attendant absorbed all the souls of the corpses on the ground. David felt it was a pity that he couldn't go over the soul energy on the 22 planets. The soul energy was all wasted. Speaker Abe sent a rescue request to the Earth Shrines, and just Shrines, and sent the serial number of the temporary teleportation portal. As it was Speaker Abe of the Supreme Council who sent the rescue request, the people of the 2 shrines soon appeared through the temporary teleportation portal. David saw that the Earth Shrines were led by Bishop Bolin, followed by level 5 Priest Horus, and 5 other level 4 shrines. David didn't know the Bishop of Just, but David knew level 5 Priest Hawthorne, who was also followed by 5 other level 4 shrines. Speaker Abe, you sent the rescue signal. You said that there was a plague here? Bishop Bolin asked Speaker Abe with a smile. When Speaker Abe saw Bishop Bolin, he couldn't help but frown, but he soon relaxed. He didn't expect Bishop Bolin to come. Duke Arthur's heartwarming lotus seed soup was an important reason why Lord Gould could quickly unite a group of lords and level 5 knight. But Bishop Bolin was also one of the reasons. Lord Gould and Bishop Bolin were blood-related brothers. Although there was little contact between them after Bishop Bolin had entered the Serene Shrine, the kinship that flowed through their blood was something that could not be severed. Bishop Bolin, it is indeed so. You can see it from the corpses on the ground. Speaker Abe nodded. Bishop Bolin waved his hand, and 5 level 4 Earth Shrines went to check it out. Bishop Evans, thank you for coming in person. Speaker Abe bowed to Bishop Evans. Greetings, Speaker Abe. Bishop Evans smiled and bowed back. Seeing the level 5 priest behind the 2 bishops, Speaker Abe's mood became even worse. According to his information, these 2 level 5 priests were close to Duke Arthur. Now that the 2 level 5 priests had taken the initiative to come, it was hard to understand what they meant. When level 5 priest Hawthorne heard that there was a plague in planet Gammy, he immediately applied to come when Speaker Abe asked the Just Shrines to go. After he helped Duke Arthur kill level 4 Sky Knight Johnny, he received a gift from Duke Arthur. There were only 2 gifts. One was 5 heartwarming lotus seed soup, and the other was 10 bottles of top-quality red wine from planet Gammy. Level 5 priest Hawthorne was very satisfied with Duke Arthur's gift. For a level 5 priest like him, he didn't care about wealth or power, but he still yearned for food that could move one's soul. Although the shrines received a portion of the quota from Duke Arthur, it was not enough for level 5 priest Hawthorne. There were too many important people in the shrines, so there was not much left. Although level 5 priest Hawthorne didn't admit that he came for Duke Arthur's gift, he still hoped to receive another gift from Duke Arthur. Besides, nothing must happen to Duke Arthur. Besides Duke Arthur, who else could provide such delicious food? Level 5 priest Hawthorne looked at level 5 priest Horus. The 2 level 5 priests looked at each other and smiled. They both knew what the other was thinking. A level 4 Earth Shrines priest stood up and bowed to Bishop Bolin. Sir Bishop, it is indeed a plague. A plague that is higher than level 5. A plague that is higher than level 5? It seems like it's a remnant of the plague, God Gladstone. Level 5 priest Horus said before Bishop Bolin could say anything. Horus was a 5th level priest who participated in the plague, God Gladstone's battle. When he heard that there was a 5th level plague, he immediately thought of the plague, God Gladstone. Bishop Bolin, Bishop Evans, I have some misunderstandings with Duke Arthur. I came here with 22 top nobles to meet Duke Arthur to resolve the conflict. However, instead of meeting Duke Arthur, a plague broke out here and spread to the main planets of 22 top nobles. I request the temple to investigate Duke Arthur. I seriously suspect that Duke Arthur is related to the god of plague, Gladstone. Chancellor Abe didn't just ask Bishop Bullen for help. Bishop Bullen didn't believe that Bishop Bullen would side with him, but Bishop Evans of the Just Shrines wouldn't side with him. On top of that, there were 22 top nobles behind Bishop Bullen. Bishop Bullen's eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, "You have to consider this carefully, Speaker Abbe. This is a very serious accusation." Bishop Bullen, I am very sure. As the Speaker of the Supreme Council of the Great World of God, I formally request the Shrines of the Earth and Just Shrines to investigate Duke Arthur. Speaker Abbe and Duke Arthur had reached a point where they couldn't coexist. Of course, he had to crush Duke Arthur. With the support of 22 top nobles and the miserable state of their main planets. Even if Duke Arthur wasn't the culprit, he had to be blamed for it. Not to mention, Speaker Abbe was 99% sure that Duke Arthur was the culprit. Although he didn't know how Duke Arthur did it, it must have something to do with the plague god Gladstone. Bishop Bullen said in a deep voice, "Speaker Abbe, on behalf of the Earth Shrines, I formally accept your accusation." Bishop Evans said in a deep voice, "Speaker Abbe, on behalf of the Just Shrines, I formally accept your accusation." Arthur greets Bishop Bullen, Bishop Evans, Priest Dulles, and Priest Hawthorne. David ran over from afar and bowed. He had already put the shadow Quetzalcoatlus into his summoning ring. Although the Umbra winged dragon had been exposed long ago, this was a meeting with the upper echelons of the Temple of Earth God and the Temple of Impartiality. He couldn't possibly appear on a flying mount commonly used by the servants of the ancient gods. That would be too disrespectful to the two temples. Bishop Evans saw Duke Arthur and smiled in return. "Duke Arthur, you came at the right time. Speaker Abbe has raised the accusation against you to the shrines, and he needs your cooperation." He was also curious about this legendary Duke. As for Speaker Abe's accusation, everyone present knew what was going on. How to deal with it would depend on Duke Arthur's response. In the eyes of the shrines, Speaker Abbe and the 22 top nobles were important, but they weren't important enough to violate justice. "Speaker Abbe wants to accuse me?" David looked at Speaker Abbe with a strange expression. He then bowed to Bishop Evans and said, "Since Bishop Evans and Priest Hawthorne are here, I want to ask the Shrines of Just Shrines to show some evidence. I want to accuse Speaker Abbe of using his power to murder the great world of God's Supreme Council Reserve member, Duke Arthur." Bishop Evans was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter so many strange things today. Speaker Abbe had just accused Duke Arthur, and now Duke Arthur was accusing Speaker Abbe. "Duke Arthur, have you thought about the consequences of accusing someone wrongly?" Bishop Evans asked in a deep voice. "Of course, I guarantee it with my Duke title. I just don't know if Speaker Abbe dares to guarantee it with his title," David said in a firm voice. Speaker Abbe didn't understand the meaning behind David's words. He wouldn't use his title as a guarantee. After all, his title was that of a top noble. Don't be fooled by the fact that he was usually addressed as Speaker. He was also a top noble feudal lord. However, if he lost his title, the Lytton family would cease to exist as a top noble. Because the Lytton family would lose their inherited title, they would be kicked out of the top nobles. Speaker Abbe wouldn't take the risk, even if there was a slight possibility. Not only would Speaker Abbe not agree to use his title as a guarantee, but no top noble in the great world of God would risk their title. Perhaps only a noble like David, who obtained his title in a short time, would not value his title and use it as a guarantee. "Duke Arthur, let's find a quiet place for you to show the evidence," Bishop Evans suggested with a smile. "Please follow me." David made an inviting gesture. David led the way, and a group of people followed him into the meeting room in the castle. "Bishops, I was commissioned by the Supreme Council to go to the Interstellar Federation to hunt down a group of defected knights. At the same time, I was on a diplomatic visit as a probationary member of the Supreme Council. When I returned to the great world of God between the Guardian Planet and Tula, I was ambushed by 6 fifth-level knights from the Baruch family, the Jenner family, the Mather family, the Bottom family, the Milner family, and the Muir family. The diplomatic space shuttle was destroyed, and all the foreign personnel, except me, were killed," David said to the two bishops. When he mentioned the Mather family, he looked at the Amos overlord with a cold expression. "Duke Arthur, you said that 6 fifth-level knights ambushed the diplomatic space shuttle. Do you have any evidence, or are you just imagining it? Or can I assume that you killed the diplomatic space shuttle and all the foreign personnel on it for some reason and framed the 6 fifth-level knights?" Speaker Abbe stood up and said calmly. No one would have thought that Speaker Abbe would directly refute Duke Arthur. His actions infuriated the two bishops. This was a matter that the shrines were in charge of, and Speaker Abbe was overstepping his boundaries by interfering. Chapter 849. Speaker Abe refuted because he didn't want Duke Arthur to continue. Many things would be very ugly once they were exposed, especially the fact that he teamed up with 22 top nobles to deal with Duke Arthur. If news of this spread among the nobles, his prestige would plummet. Suppressing nobles was something that high-ranking nobles often did, but attacking a noble was crossing the line. If Speaker Abe could attack Duke Arthur for some benefit, then he would attack other nobles for other reasons someday. "Speaker Abe, how do you know I don't have evidence?" David looked at Speaker Abe and asked. David actually didn't want the shrines to be involved in this matter. He especially wanted the level 5 knight to be separated so that he could find an opportunity to take them down one by one. However, Speaker Abe couldn't do it secretly. He wanted to use this plague attack as an opportunity to put some blame on David. At the very least, he wanted to put David under control. As long as David was under control, he would have plenty of opportunities to get rid of David. "Bishops, I'm sure you know that I grew up in the Interstellar Federation. I signed an agreement with the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation to use the Interstellar Federation's technology." David turned to the two bishops and said. Bishop Bolin and Bishop Evans both nodded. This agreement, which wasn't supposed to be famous, had become more and more special due to the continuous rise in the status of the person who signed it. The two shrines even heard about Planet Gammy's use of the Interstellar Federation's technology. However, because Duke Arthur's use of the Interstellar Federation's technology was authorized, the shrines didn't have any intention of asking about it. When I run into some trouble, I'll turn on the Interstellar Federation's video camera function. Please watch the next video, David said with a smile. He waved his hand, and a screen appeared from the top of the conference room. Chairman Abe and Lord Amos's expressions changed at the same time. They had a meeting with the other level 5 knight of the Holy Temple in this conference room before. They had never discovered such a function. In other words, Duke Arthur might have used the Interstellar Federation's technology to record their meeting. That was solid evidence. Just as they were thinking, the image of the diplomatic starry sky flying ship appeared on the screen, followed by 6 temple knights clad in armor of the 5th rank. The video continued until the 6 temple knights of the 5th rank killed everyone on the diplomatic starry sky flying ship. This video was recorded by a small monitoring device left behind by David. That small monitoring device was very small and didn't have any energy fluctuations, so it naturally wouldn't attract the attention of the 6th 5th rank temple knight. In space, there were a lot of things that looked like gravel, especially in the chaotic lands. There were often all kinds of debris floating in space. David was also trying to see if he could record the attack. After all, the cost was very low. He didn't expect to actually succeed. After watching the video, Lord Amos lost his cool and asked directly, "Duke Arthur, these knights could be anyone. How can you be so sure that one of them is a knight of the Mather family?" Bishop Bolin and Bishop Evans were both suppressing their anger. These two top nobles didn't care about the shrines at all. However, they were still investigating, so they could only put this matter aside for the time being. "Lord Amos, you're too anxious. Keep watching." David shook his head. The video on the screen wasn't over yet. The camera turned and showed the 6 5th rank temple knights sitting in the main cabin of a spaceship. One of the 5th rank temple knights called out the name of Mike Fay, a 5th rank temple knight, and was angrily rebuked by Mike Fay, a 5th rank temple knight. Afterwards, the video quickly changed to the planet of Tula. At that time, the 5 5th-ranked Temple Knights bid farewell and left the spaceship. The video captured the faces of each of the 5th-ranked knights as they left. In the meeting room, even Bishop Bolin and Bishop Evans had looks of shock on their faces. These were 6 5th-ranked Temple Knights, but someone had been filming them at such close range. The implications of this were terrifying. No wonder Mike Fay's 5th-ranked Temple Knight had been killed. So Duke Arthur had been by Mike Fay's side this entire time. Everyone present now understood the reason for the destruction of the Baruch family. So this was the reason. But of course, Speaker Abe and Lord Amos knew this as well. Their faces were extremely ugly. Anyone who saw that a 5th-ranked Temple Knight was unable to detect Duke Arthur and could be assassinated at any time would feel uncomfortable. After all, they had an irreconcilable grudge against Duke Arthur. With an enemy like Duke Arthur, they wouldn't even be able to sleep peacefully. Duke Arthur, can you guarantee the authenticity of the video? Bishop Evans asked in a deep voice as he cast a theurgy spell. David didn't dodge. This divine technique didn't pose any threat at all. Combined with Bishop Evans' question, this should be a divine technique to verify his testimony. The white light entered his body and transformed into a white pattern that entered his spiritual space. But as soon as it entered his spiritual space, before it could do anything, the battle angel crystal and the bald man's crystal simultaneously emitted a golden light that blocked the white pattern. David still didn't understand what had happened, but he knew that this divine technique probably wouldn't work on him. He didn't even feel like he had to tell the truth. In fact, when Bishop Evans cast a divine technique to verify his testimony, the crystal of the two gods had assumed that it was spying on by other gods after it entered David's spiritual space. Because the battle angel and the bald, muscular god spirit were in the stage of self-defense, they would instinctively use their own methods to deceive the other god spirits. They would not scatter or counterattack. This instinct was brought into the crystal they left behind. Of course, if the divine technique was cast by the god of justice, the battle angel and the bald man's crystal wouldn't be able to stop the divine technique from taking effect. But Bishop Evans couldn't cast a divine technique at the level of a god. Yes, I guarantee that all the videos I showed to the shrines are authentic, David said in a low voice. Duke Arthur, are you a follower of an evil god? Suddenly, Speaker Abe asked. He had been waiting for this opportunity to ask a fatal question when Duke Arthur was affected by the divine technique. I'm not a follower of an evil god. Before Bishop Evans could speak, David immediately replied, Speaker Abe, your actions are an insult to the reputation of the Shrines of Justice. Do you think you can use the Shrines of Justice to achieve your unspeakable goals? I, Bishop Evans, am here to express my strong dissatisfaction with you, and will submit questions to the various shrines about your ability to continue to serve as the chairman of the Supreme Council. Bishop Evans said in a deep voice, unable to suppress his anger any longer. If Duke Arthur had replied that he was a follower of an evil god, perhaps Speaker Abe's actions could be forgiven by the Shrines of Justice. But in fact, Duke Arthur had used this opportunity to get rid of Speaker Abe's accusations. This made Speaker Abe offend the Shrines of Justice and clear Duke Arthur's name. Bishop Evans clearly told Speaker Abe that Speaker Abe had reached the end of his term as the speaker. As a bishop of the Shrines of Justice, although he couldn't interfere with worldly affairs, he had the right to make suggestions. Given the relationship between the 5 shrines, it was hard to reject Bishop Evans' suggestion. Bishop Evans, I'll submit questions to the shrines about Speaker Abe's ability to continue as the Speaker of the Supreme Council. Bishop Bolin wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Perhaps if Bishop Bolin took the initiative to go against Speaker Abe, he would be accused of using his status to help his brother, Lord Gould, suppress Speaker Abe. But it was different if he supported Bishop Evans. Bishops, I'm just trying to find out the truth in a moment of desperation. Speaker AI Bay explained anxiously. If the two bishops submitted questions together, it would almost certainly drag Speaker Abe down from his position as the Speaker of the Supreme Council. Although Speaker Abe also had supporters among the shrines. The status of his supporters was at most the same as the two bishops. It wouldn't have much of an impact on the outcome. Duke Arthur, what other evidence do you have to provide? Bishop Evans asked after dispelling the theurgy with a wave of his hand. I still have some videos to play. David said to Bishop Evans after glancing at Speaker Abe, who had lost his composure. The video on the screen changed to a group of level 5 knights of the Sanctum entering Kami Planet from space and destroying buildings everywhere. 24 level 5 knights of the Sanctum entered the castle, after which Speaker Abe suggested that they take the art pieces that they were interested in. The level 5 knights of the Sanctum took the essence of the many pieces of art pieces, especially the knight armor that was shining with light purple light. They were all taken by the level 5 knights of the Sanctum without leaving a single piece behind. After that, the level 5 knights of the Sanctum discussed how to deal with Duke Arthur, including how to use the war alchemy array and how to lure Duke Arthur out. It could be said that these videos were evidence of Speaker Abe murdering Duke Arthur. If these things were done secretly, even the shrines wouldn't be able to do anything about it. However, murdering a probationary member of the Supreme Council and a Duke of the great world of God was not a trivial matter. Even if the culprit was the Speaker of the Supreme Council, a group of top nobles, and a knight of the Sanctum. Duke Arthur, I will report your accusations to the shrines. Please transfer the video to the alchemy array. Bishop Evans said with a smile. All the shrine's priests present looked at Speaker Abe and Lord Amos with disdain, while Speaker Abe and Lord Amos shivered. This was definitely not the outcome they wanted. Who would have thought that Duke Arthur would have such complete video evidence? What they couldn't understand was why Duke Arthur didn't take the initiative to seek justice from the shrines when he had such evidence. They didn't know that David had never intended to deal with the trouble through the shrines. The video was only meant to allow him to stand on the moral high ground at certain times. Speaker Abe's status was too high, and he also had the support of the 22 top nobles. Without the video, it would be difficult for him to gain an advantage in public opinion. Speaker Abe, I don't accept your accusations. Duke Arthur has nothing to do with the followers of the evil gods. This has been proven. Besides, you make me feel disgusted. When Duke Arthur went on a mission as a diplomat, he represented the great world of God. Your actions are a betrayal of the great world of God. Bishop Evans said in a deep voice as he turned to look at Speaker Abe. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need for Bishop Evans to be polite. The evidence in his hands was enough to ruin Speaker Abe's reputation. Although the attack on Duke Arthur's starship didn't seem to be a big deal, it wasn't ordinary at all. Duke Arthur represented the great world of God as a diplomat, and as long as he didn't return a hand in the mission, he would always be a diplomat. Attacking Duke Arthur, who was a diplomat, was a betrayal of the great world of God. This point alone was enough to make Speaker Abe lose all support. Speaker Abe didn't say anything. He stood up and glanced coldly at David before turning to leave. Lord Amos hesitated and didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stayed behind. From Lord Amos's point of view, Speaker Abe was done for. Although he couldn't punish Speaker Abe physically due to his status as a noble, he would definitely be demoted in rank. Without the halo of the Speaker, the demotion in rank would cause the Lytton family to lose their power as a top noble. Even though the Lytton family still had 2 level 5 Knight Templars and had many hidden trump cards, the impact of losing their power as a top noble would cause the Lytton family to lose a lot of benefits and fall from the peak of the top nobles. On top of that, the Lytton family still had a terrifying enemy like Duke Arthur. It was easy to imagine how terrible the outcome would be. Lord Amos stood up and bowed to the 2 shrines and David. Duke Arthur, I'd like to ask the Earth Shrines and Justice Shrines for compensation while Bishop Bolin and Bishop Evans are here. Even if a noble had done something wrong, they could make up for their crimes with compensation corresponding to what they had done. Of course, betraying the great world of God was an exception. Lord Amos took the initiative to ask for compensation because he wanted to use the presence of the 2 shrines to make Duke Arthur stop taking revenge on the Mather family. Bishop Evans looked at Lord Amos and asked in a deep voice, "Lord Amos, what crime have you committed?" Lord Amos had already thought of an answer and blurted out, "I was bewitched by Speaker Abe and sent my family's level 5 knight, Gerald, to participate in the ambush of Duke Arthur. I received Speaker Abe's orders and followed him to Gammy to attack Duke Arthur." Before David could speak, Priest Hawthorne reminded him, "Lord Amos, have you forgotten about Villa 35 in Bama City? You sent people to kill everyone in the villa." Priest Hawthorne was in charge of this matter. Seeing Lord Amos let this matter go, he obviously wouldn't allow it. Chapter 850. I did not order the attack on the Bama mansion. Lord Amos quickly explained. Lord Amos indeed did not give such an order, but it had a different meaning in the ears of the level 5 Priest Hawthorne. "Lord Amos, do you think that the just shrines have wronged you? That I, Priest Hawthorne, have wronged you?" Priest Hawthorne's voice grew louder, and his powerful level 5 Priest aura was fully unleashed. Lord Amos' expression changed. He just remembered that the level 5 Priest Hawthorne was the level 4 Sky Knight in front of him. Denying the testimony in front of the level 5 Priest Hawthorne was the same as slapping him in the face. However, he was unwilling to admit to attacking the Bama mansion, so he didn't know what to say at that moment. "Lord Amos, you're not my guest. Please leave Gammy Planet immediately, or I cannot guarantee your safety," David reminded in a deep voice. Lord Amos then realized that other than the Earth Shrines and the Shrines of Justice, he was the only one left on Gammy Planet. Lord Amos no longer wanted to use the shrines to mediate when he sensed Duke Arthur's murderous intent. "Bishops, there are still some urgent matters in the family. I will not stay." Lord Amos bowed to the 2 bishops. He then left in a hurry, as fast as a stray dog. "Duke Arthur, I will report the matter of Speaker Abe leading 22 top-tier nobles to invade your territory. The specific results will be given after some time. We'll take our leave first," Bishop Evans said with a smile. The Shrines of Justice's mission was over when the other party had all left. Bishop Boland did not say anything to David. He only nodded with a smile and left with Bishop Evans. David sent the 2 shrines away through the temporary teleportation gate. He looked at the temporary teleportation gate with a strange expression. The level 5 knights who left probably did not think about the temporary teleportation gate. Lord Amos, who was the last to leave, could not remove the temporary teleportation gate unless he wanted to leave on his own starship. Therefore, the temporary teleportation gate was left on Gammy Planet. David's mind entered the temporary teleportation gate and sensed the teleportation list recorded inside. These teleportation lists might not be useful to others, because the other party's permission was required to apply for teleportation. However, there was a special type of teleportation gate, which was the ancient teleportation gate. It was completely different from the great world of God's teleportation system, but it could still be used. Ancient teleportation gates only require the data of the teleportation gate from afar. As for the private teleportation portals of the top nobles, their data was kept confidential. David silently recorded the data of the 22 portals and then dismantled the temporary portals. He then went to dismantle the alarm alchemy array and order the AI system's repair work. 20 hidden exoskeleton armor production lines rose from the ground, and soon, a batch of maintenance robots were produced. David did not bother about the matters on Gammy Planet. The AI system was more convenient for dealing with these matters. When he returned to the castle, he looked at the mess in the castle with no expression on his face, but he was infuriated. David did not want to wait any longer. Although the shrines would make all the nobles who participated in this operation pay the corresponding compensation, it would not be a huge loss to those nobles. In terms of losses, Speaker Abe was probably the one who suffered the greatest loss. As the one who gave the order, be it the attack on the diplomatic starship, the invasion of the Duke's territory with the 22 nobles, or the assassination of Duke Arthur, a probationary counselor of the Supreme Council, were all unforgivable. In particular, the attack on the diplomatic starship was judged to be a betrayal of the great world of God, which was a felony that was excluded from the noble's immunity. If the teleportation gate data in the temporary teleportation gate contained the teleportation gate data of the Lytton star, his first choice would be Speaker Abe's Lytton family. David went to the training room, took out the ancient mid-sized teleportation gate, and set it up. He then entered the data of the planet-level teleportation gate of the Mather star into the ancient mid-sized teleportation gate and activated it. In the aqua blue light, the ancient mid-sized teleportation gate was successfully connected to the planet-level teleportation gate of the Mather star. It was probably still very chaotic there at the moment, and no one was managing the planet-level teleportation gate. If there was someone managing the planet-level teleportation gate, such an illegal connection could be shut down in a few seconds. David rode the shadow, Quetzalcoatlus, to the Mather star in stealth mode, and when he came out of the planet-level teleportation gate, he saw Night Knights who were wearing energy armor formed by their bloodline power. These knights were carefully cleaning up the corpses on the ground. This also made David heave a sigh of relief. He actually had a plan for the worst. If the Mather family found out about the illegal connection of the ancient mid-sized teleportation gate, he might be able to use the loophole to come to the Mather star this time. However, if the news was leaked, he would not be able to use this loophole to secretly enter other planets. This loophole could be used for a short 2 to 3 seconds of connection time to teleport if one was not aware of it. However, if one was prepared, the planet-level teleportation gate's management could completely block the transmission data of the ancient mid-sized teleportation gate, making it unable to connect. The management staff of the planet-level teleportation gate on the Mather star were all infected with the plague and died. The chaotic Mather family did not care about the management of the teleportation gate. David's spirit entered the planet-level teleportation gate, and it only took him a minute to increase his authority in the planet-level teleportation gate on the Mather star. He also used the ability of the Grandmaster Alchemist to hide this authority. In the future, he could use any teleportation gate to connect to the Mather star's planet-level teleportation gate, unless the Mather family found a stronger Grandmaster Alchemist to crack his authority. In fact, let alone crack it, without special instructions, an ordinary Grandmaster Alchemist wouldn't even be able to discover it. David patted the shadow Quetzalcoatlus and flew towards the Mather star's castle. He saw the energy avatar of the level 5 Temple Knight, Gerald, and the energy avatar of the Lord of Aphis talking in the main castle square, but he did not see their bodies. However, David was not in a hurry. Things happened so suddenly, and the bodies of these two should be nearby, so they would not hide. He found a hidden place and activated the underground sneak ability. After he and the shadow Quetzalcoatlus went underground, he put the shadow Quetzalcoatlus back into the summoning ring. Once again, he activated the lightning body talent ability and mobilized the lightning pattern in his soul space to fuse with it. It was very inconvenient to use a flying mount to enter the castle. The shadow Quetzalcoatlus movement inside the building would be greatly affected. Therefore, David chose to use the lightning body to enter the main castle. The shadow attendant entered the main castle first. The alchemy defense pattern of the main castle could be said to be very strict. Even the ground had a corresponding defense pattern. However, for David, who could modify the alchemy pattern through the shadow attendant and had the ability of a Grandmaster Alchemist, it was impossible to form an effective defense. The shadow attendant added an extra stroke to the underground defense pattern, making it ineffective for a short time. Then, a bolt of lightning passed through the gap in the defense barrier from underground and entered the castle. David controlled the shadow attendant to quickly search every room in the main castle. In a secret room below the castle, he saw the body of the level 5 Temple Knight Gerald. As for the body of the Lord of Amos, he could not find it. In fact, the body of the Lord of Amos and the level 5 Temple Knight Gerald were not usually in the same place, and that was also because of David. The top nobles were not confident that they could completely defend against the elusive David. Therefore, the way they came up with to deal with him was either like the organization's operation this time, where many level 5 Temple Knights gathered together, or they would hide so that David could not find them. If it were not for the plague on Mather that killed a large number of people, and the fact that the level 5 Temple Knight Gerald had no time to care about other things after rushing back to the main castle to manage the affairs, the level 5 Temple Knight Gerald would not have left his body here. It was not hard to imagine how much the top nobles feared David. This was also why, when Speaker Abe proposed to completely eliminate David, he was supported by the 22 top nobles. Such a terrifying enemy, of course, should be killed in advance. It should be known that David's strength had not reached level 5 yet. Once David reached level 5, the price to kill David would be even greater. David controlled the shadow attendant to enter the secret room where the body of the level 5 Temple Knight Gerald was. This secret room was densely covered with isolation patterns. If it were not for the shadow attendant, it would not be easy for him to find this secret room. David's spirit entered the summoning ring and borrowed the space energy from the shadow pterosaur. Before he had the shadow pterosaur, if he wanted to use the space dash talent ability, he needed to mobilize the space energy in the transcendent stiletto. The space energy in the transcendent stiletto needed 6 hours to recover every time it was extracted. In addition, although the transcendent stiletto was a transcendent weapon, its special petrification and space ability was worthy of the name Transcendent. However, with the growth of David's strength, the role of the transcendent stiletto was getting smaller and smaller. The stronger he got, the simpler the requirements for equipment became. For example, on the armor of a level 5 Temple Knight, there was no need to automatically generate a defensive shield because this kind of automatically generated energy shield could not withstand a light attack from a level 5 Temple Knight. The equipment of a level 5 Temple Knight only needed a stronger level 5 defense and a sharper level 5 attack. All the equipment upgrades were aimed at these two aspects. David had signed a life-sharing contract with the Shadow Pterosaur. Not only could the Shadow Pterosaur use David's blood power to strengthen itself, but David could also use the energy of the Shadow Pterosaur when necessary. The main energy of the Shadow Pterosaur was the space energy. This also allowed David to use the space dash talent ability to perform a short-distance space jump without the help of the Shadow Pterosaur. The space dash was very different from the instantaneous movement talent ability of the space dash. The space dash could cover a distance of 10 meters at most, but the instantaneous movement could cover 10 times that distance. This was not the limit of the instantaneous movement. As the Shadow Pterosaur grew, this distance would greatly increase. The body of Gerald, a level 5 Temple Knight, was sitting on a chair in the secret room. Most of his consciousness was not in his body. There were a lot of things going on outside, and the Lord of Amos was talking to him about something, so he was almost fully focused on his energy doppelganger. When a level 5 Temple Knight, Gerald heard that there was a great possibility that Speaker Abe would lose his position, and even his title might be affected, he was greatly shocked and could not help but feel agitated. Through the perception of the shadow attendant, David keenly discovered this and immediately launched an attack. As many as 11 level 5 Temple Knights appeared at the same time, and the 11 level 5 Temple Knights each took on their own responsibilities without a trace of chaos. In fact, there was no need for so many level 5 Temple Knights to attack at the same time, but David was worried that the level 5 Temple Knights of the top nobles had some special means, so he used all his strength as soon as he attacked. The forelimbs of the level 5 Temple Knight, Gerald, were each held by 2 level 5 Temple Knights. 8 level 5 Temple Knights cooperated with each other and channeled the power of blood into his body, suppressing his power of blood. The other 2 level 5 Temple Knights pressed down on the head of the level 5 Temple Knight, Gerald, and used the power of blood to seal his senses. Overlord Marcus was the strongest existence among David's 5th-ranked Temple Knight. Although his fighting strength had weakened after his resurrection, he was still the strongest 5th-ranked knight David had ever seen. The 5th-level Temple Knight, Gerald, was stunned by the sudden attack, but his body reacted instinctively. Even though his blood power was sealed, his spirit formed a shield in front of him. Unfortunately, Gerald was a 5th-level Temple Knight, and his mental strength was not enough to reach the 5th level. The defense of the mental shield could barely reach the 4th level. Furthermore, Lord Marcus went all out and used his innate ability tearing, let alone a level 4 spirit shield. Even a level 5 spirit shield wouldn't be able to block Lord Marcus' attack. The energy doppelganger of the level 5 Temple Knight Gerald, who was talking to Lord Amos, suddenly showed a look of horror. He wanted to scream, but before he could open his mouth, his energy doppelganger was forcibly recalled back into his body. This was a way for the main body of the level 5 Temple Knight, Gerald, to save himself. Under normal circumstances, after the main body was suddenly attacked, the energy doppelganger would return to the main body and join the battle, which could at least buy some time. But today was different. As soon as the energy doppelganger returned to the space in his heart, the main body of the level 5 Temple Knight, Gerald, was pierced through the heart by a sword. Chapter 851. At the same time, David also used his Space-Talent ability to enter the secret room. The isolation runes around the secret room isolated the terrifying aura of the 11 level 5 Temple Knights that suddenly appeared, so no one outside the secret room noticed. The level 5 Temple Knight, Gerald, could not put up any resistance in front of the 11 level 5 Temple Knights. The only resistance he had was his spirit shield, which was an instinctive reaction of his body. He could not even equip his level 5 knight armor, thanks to the 2 level 5 knights who sealed his senses. Perhaps the level 5 knight, Gerald, was the most aggrieved level 5 Temple Knight who died at the hands of David. At least the other level 5 Temple Knights who were killed knew how many level 5 Temple Knights they were besieged by. They could see the faces of the level 5 Temple Knights who attacked them. If they were lucky, they could even see David's final appearance. Unfortunately, the level 5 Temple Knight, Gerald, was not so lucky. He could not recover his senses until he died. The shadow attendant absorbed the soul of the level 5 Temple Knight, Gerald. With a wave of his hand, David put the corpse of the level 5 Temple Knight, Gerald, into his space pendant along with his space items. Without any time to care about anything else, the shadow attendant put away the 11 level 5 Temple Knights and appeared in the square outside the main castle in a flash. At this time, David used the shadow attendant's eyes to see an energy clone flying into the planet-level portal in the distance. It was the energy clone of the Lord of Amos. David felt helpless. As the Lord of the Mather family and a powerful level 5 Temple Knight, the Lord of Amos ran faster than a rabbit when his family's level 5 Temple Knight was attacked. In fact, the Lord of Amos felt even more helpless. Before entering Gammy, although Duke Arthur's attack was terrifying, it was only his assassination ability. It was very difficult for an assassination ability to be recognized by a knight. However, on Gammy, Duke Arthur rode the shadow Quetzalcoatlus and attacked many groups of level 4 Sky Knights under the surveillance of 24 level 5 Temple Knights and 24 energy clones. This allowed Duke Arthur to display his strength in front of the level 5 Temple Knights for the first time. The Lord of Amos still remembered the feeling of helplessness at that time, when he saw the reaction of the energy clone of the level 5 Temple Knight, Gerald. The Lord of Amos immediately understood that this was Duke Arthur's revenge. The Lord of Amos also knew that the level 5 Temple Knight, Gerald, was finished. This was the belief established by many level 5 Temple Knights who died at the hands of Duke Arthur. Therefore, Lord Amos's first reaction wasn't to ask for help. He couldn't even protect himself, let alone ask for help. Although Mather was his family's territory, it was too late even for the Temple Knights of Death to wake up the family. The Lord of Amos even had a feeling that even if all the Temple Knights of Death were awakened, they would not be able to find Duke Arthur, who was riding the shadow Quetzalcoatlus. Instead, it would be a waste of the family's trump card. The Lord of Amos shamelessly fled, abandoning the family members near the family's castle in his honor. David's anger did not disappear. The figures of Knight Andrew, Euphemia, and Steward Albin flashed before his eyes. He summoned the shadow, Quetzalcoatlus. After the shadow, Quetzalcoatlus became invisible, he used the talent ability of instantaneous movement. After a few consecutive instantaneous movements, he appeared outside the castle. The people near the castle had yet to react to what had happened. At this moment, 96 black spears appeared in the sky. The 96 black spears were like 96 grim reapers harvesting lives. No matter if it was a normal person, a knight, or even a level 4 sky knight, they could not resist the harvest of these grim reapers. The shadow attendant kept flashing, absorbing the souls one by one. The shadow, Quetzalcoatlus, accelerated and flew to the planet-level portal first. This was the only way to leave quickly. David's mind entered the planet-level portal and closed it. Within 1,000 meters, the 96 black spears shuttled back and forth. This time, there were more than 10,000 people who had come to help. They were scattered throughout the area. There was no scene of 10,000 people collapsing at the scene. The 96 black spears were harvesting too quickly. Everywhere they passed, people fell. Usually, David would not do this kind of massacre himself. Instead, he would let the shadow attendant or his knights do it. He did this because of the anger in his heart. From the castle to the planet-level portal, and from the planet-level portal back to the castle, there were no more survivors nearby. David let the shadow attendant release the 11 level 5 knights. The 11 level 5 knights stood around the main castle of the Mather family. The level 5 light long swords in their hands flashed with white light. The 11 level 5 knights worked together and dug up the soil around the main castle of the Mather family. The 11 level 5 knights then grabbed the walls of the castle. A terrifying level 5 power erupted, and the main castle of the Mather family was forcibly lifted from the ground bit by bit. Of course, the main reason why the castle could withstand such a powerful force was because of the dense reinforcement patterns. This allowed the castle to withstand even more power. When the 11 level 5 knights lifted the main castle of the Mather family from the ground, David scanned the huge castle with his mind and put it into the portal pendant. After putting away the main castle of the Mather family, his heart calmed down a little. When he returned to the planet-level portal, David did not dismantle it. He hid his authority in the portal so that he could visit again after the Mather family rebuilt this place. Most importantly, Lord Amos was not able to stay. This meant that David had to set up a backup plan and wait for the right opportunity. After reactivating the planet-level portal, David returned to Gammy through the planet-level portal. As soon as David returned to planet Gammy, he immediately went to planet Jenner through the ancient mid-sized portal. This was also one of the top nobles who had participated in the ambush. However, his luck was not good this time. As soon as he came out of the planet-level portal, the transmission signal of the ancient mid-sized portal was discovered. Therefore, what greeted David was the ear-piercing sound of an alarm. The knights who were busy preparing for battle began to prepare for battle. The level 4 sky knight flew into the sky. The knights below level 4 donned their armor and mounted their warhorses. They formed a knight battle formation. The rest of the commoners tried their best to stay away from the knight battle formation to avoid affecting the knights' battle. David frowned. Fortunately, he was in stealth mode on his Umbra Quetzalcoatlus. He did not have to worry about fighting these knights first. However, he also understood that after this incident, he would not be able to achieve his goal. Sure enough, David sensed an energy avatar rapidly moving away from him. If the avatar was close enough, he might be able to catch up with it with the Umbra Quetzalcoatlus's instantaneous movement innate ability. However, the distance was too far. With the avatar's speed, Han Shuo had no hope of catching up. The Umbra Quetzalcoatlus was still too young. Perhaps when the Umbra Quetzalcoatlus grew stronger, it would be able to compete with the avatar of a level 5 knight. David did not show himself, nor did he slaughter the knight here. It was not that he did not have the heart to do so, but he did not want to alert the enemy. If he did not show up, the level 5 knight of the Jenner family would suspect that he had been here, or that it was just a false report from the planetary teleportation portal. David's spirit entered the planetary teleportation portal and added his own concealment authority. After a while, the knight did not see the enemy for a long time. They lifted their combat readiness and began to clean up the ground again. David waited for an hour, but the level 5 knight did not return. He had no choice but to return to Gammy through the planetary teleportation portal. As expected, when he used the ancient medium teleportation portal to connect to the other 20 planetary teleportation portals, he got the same response. Unable to connect. This was inevitable. The news of the Mather family's level 5 knight, Gerald, being killed quickly spread to the ears of the other 21 top nobles. Although these top nobles were in an alliance, they each had their own intelligence personnel. It was almost impossible to hide such a large-scale event. The rest of the top nobles also knew that there was a flaw in the planetary teleportation portal. In fact, the flaw in the planetary teleportation portal was not a secret. It was just that the data of the known ancient teleportation portals were recorded in the planetary teleportation portal, so it was not easy to exploit this flaw. After the Mather family's attack, the planetary teleportation portal of the Jenner family received strange data, which naturally attracted the attention of the top nobles. This set of data was quickly transmitted to the top nobles, and the flaw in the planetary teleportation portal was fixed. David returned to the secret room in the mountain. Since there was no way to continue his revenge, it was better to train first. He entered the space fragment and first released the 11 level 5 Knight Templars. Together with the 38 level 4 Sky Knight, they dug the ground at the location he chose. With so many high-level Knight Templars working together, the digging speed was naturally very fast. Soon, there was a deep pit that met his requirements. David activated his innate ability, Underground Sneak, to reinforce the surroundings of the pit. At the same time, the 96 doppelgangers each controlled a part of their spirit to control the quill to draw reinforcement runes around the pit. With his powerful calculation ability, when he took out the main castle of the Mather family from the Dimension Pendant and put it into the deep pit, it fit perfectly. The underground part of the main castle was perfectly hidden. The first floor was level with the ground. The main castle of the Mather family could be said to be extremely luxurious. The facilities were also complete. Whether it was artistic or practical, it could be said to be perfect. David would be living in the space fragment for a long time, so he brought the main castle of the Mather family back. On one hand, he wanted to take revenge on the Mather family for what they did in Bama City. On the other hand, he wanted to give himself a comfortable living environment. As for the servants here, he didn't choose to use robots. Instead, he asked the 12 level 4 Sky Knight Templars who didn't have flying mounts to come here and clean up during their free time. During this time, the food of the knights was prepared by David and stored in the portal items of the knights. He couldn't keep doing this in the future. With his castle, he could teach several level 4 Sky Knights how to cook. The level 4 Sky Knights would prepare food for all the knights every day. This idea was based on the strong learning ability of level 4 Sky Knights. A level 4 Sky Knight who was resurrected was more focused than a normal knight. They didn't have complicated thoughts and could face all the tasks given to them with extreme focus. For example, when it came to training, all level 4 Sky Knights would train according to the highest level of training. This level of training would make the body tired every day, but this wouldn't affect the training frequency of a level 4 Sky Knight. It was estimated that this was the most luxurious servant and chef in the whole great world of God. It was completely composed of level 4 Sky Knights. David didn't want to expose the existence of the space fragment. This space fragment was too important to him. It had greatly improved his training speed. He had just become a level 4 Sky Knight not long ago, but recently he felt that he had reached the middle level of a level 4 Sky Knight. If he wasn't disturbed, he could reach the peak of a level 4 Sky Knight in a month or two. In order to ensure his training speed, David used the soul energy he obtained this time to resurrect a level 4 Sky Knight. Naturally, before resurrecting a level 4 Sky Knight, he prioritized resurrecting a level 5 Temple Knight from the Mather family, Gerald. His level 5 Temple Knight avatars increased from 11 to 12. Gerald's level 5 Temple Knight was not weak. He could be ranked in the upper tier among the 12 level 5 Temple Knights. Gerald's level 5 Temple Knight was killed by David, so he couldn't show his strength at all. At that time, Gerald's level 5 Temple Knight was distracted by the matter of Speaker Abe. As a result, he couldn't even put on his level 5 Knight armor. His whole body, from the power of blood to the senses, was sealed. But Gerald's level 5 Temple Knight was also a level 5 Temple Knight from a top noble family. After his resurrection, his fighting strength was extremely strong. David used all his soul energy to resurrect 15 level 4 Sky Knights. The reason why he could resurrect so many level 4 Sky Knights was thanks to the soul energy of Gerald's level 5 Temple Knight. As for the soul energy provided by the tens of thousands of people, except for the level 4 Sky Knight soul energy, the rest were barely useful. 53 level 4 Sky Knights, standing together, had already reached a certain scale. David looked at so many level 4 Sky Knights. If he had more soul energy in a short period of time, he didn't plan to increase the number of level 4 Sky Knights. Maybe the next time he needed to increase the number of knights that could help him with his training, it would be a level 5 Temple Knight. Chapter 852. David stretched out his hand to summon the shadow attendant, and placed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. He ordered the shadow attendant to show him the knowledge light balls he had obtained this time. Thousands of knowledge light balls appeared in front of his eyes. The top nobles of the Mather family could send people to Matherstar. Whether they were ordinary people or knights, they all had their own strong abilities. Therefore, the probability of a knowledge light ball appearing was also greatly increased. David was not very interested in ordinary knowledge light balls. He casually looked at the knowledge light balls in front of him, and let the shadow attendant keep the knowledge light ball of Gerald's 5th level Temple Knight, and put away the rest of the knowledge light balls. Secret Shield Talent Knowledge Light Ball. This was the spirit shield that Gerald's 5th level Temple Knight used today when 11 5th level Temple Knight besieged him at the same time. David was also very surprised at that time. In that situation, Gerald's 5th level Temple Knight's bloodline power, body, and senses were all controlled, but he still managed to defend himself. Although the defense of a 5th level Temple Knight, like Gerald, was quite useless, that was only relative. If Gerald's enemy wasn't so powerful, then this spiritual shield that appeared automatically would be able to delay the fatal blow for a while. With the strength of Gerald's 5th level Temple Knight, as long as there was a delay, he could make a counterattack. But why would such an innate mental ability appear in the body of a Temple Knight of the 5th rank? This left David very puzzled. In fact, David did not know that Gerald's 5th level Temple Knight was a rare talent in the Mather family. He even had a talent ability that most of the talents did not have. The Secret Shield talent ability could be said to be very useful before Gerald's 5th level Temple Knight became a 5th level Temple Knight. When he was in battle, he could take his enemies down with him without any hesitation. He also had the talent ability of Secret Shield, which allowed him to block a level 4 attack with his Spirit Shield when he was in danger. Gerald's talent of the 5th level Temple Knight made it easier for him to be promoted. There's almost no so-called bottleneck before the 3rd level, and the bottleneck from the 3rd level to the 4th level only lasted for a dozen days. It was only in the bottleneck from the 4th level to the 5th level that he spent the longest 30 years, but this was still better than other knights. After a knight had both the talent of the knight and the talent of training at the same time, their potential was huge, but there were too few people who had these two different talents at the same time. It was a pity that Gerald's 5th level Temple Knight did not have the energy to train his spirit, so his talent did not improve much in the process of growth. This also meant that after he became a 5th level Temple Knight, his talent of the spirit was no longer useful, and only the Secret Shield talent ability was left. David ordered the shadow attendant to move the Secret Shield talent ball of knowledge into his body, and then a Secret Shield pattern appeared in his soul space. He paid attention to the secret shield pattern and felt the details of the secret shield pattern. This secret shield pattern gave the defense of the spirit shield according to the strength of the spirit, which made David very happy. He finally had a defense that was comparable to a 5th level master. It must be known that when David fought with a 5th level master before, he had to be careful not to be hit in his vital parts. As long as he was hit in any part of his body by a 5th level master, he would be seriously injured. Once his vital parts were hit, it would be a matter of life and death. Although he could heal injuries with his immortal life force, he did not have the slightest confidence that he would be able to heal in time after being hit in his vital parts. He also did not want to have the opportunity to try this possibility. In a battle with a 5th level master, he was completely relying on his grandmaster fighting skills to not be hit in his vital parts. But who knew if he would encounter a 5th level master one day who had a stronger fighting skill or some kind of talent ability that could be fatal. With the secret shield talent ability, David could be said to be able to really face the attack of a 5th level temple knight. At least he could block one attack, which was enough for him to choose to leave the battlefield. As David interacted more and more with the top nobles, he became more and more careful with the 5th level temple knight of the top nobles. This was because the chances of these 5th level temple knights having special innate abilities were too high. Most of the 5th level temple knights who had their souls absorbed would have special innate abilities. Of the 5 5th level temple knights of the Baruch clan, 4 of them had special innate abilities. The 5th level temple knight of the Mather clan, Gerald, even had the even rarer innate ability of the spirit force. David did another round of training in the spatial fragment before leaving. In his heart, he estimated that this invasion of the planet of Gammy by the 22 top nobles led by Speaker Abe would have a huge impact. He needed to check the reports every day. As soon as David left the spatial fragment, he sensed that the Lord's contact array in the secret room was constantly flashing. This was a request for contact. There were a lot of people who knew about this Overlord's communication array, but there were very few people who could actually contact it. After all, this was Overlord Marcus's communication array. Everyone knew that Overlord Marcus had been killed, so who would contact a dead person's communication array? The only people who knew about this Lord's contact array were Butler Dickens and the Main family. The others who contacted David would contact the contact array he had originally used. Sure enough, David used his spirit force to check that it was Lord Gould who was contacting him. Lord Gould, hello. He connected to the Lord's contact array and greeted. Arthur, it's great to know that you are fine. Lord Gould knew from the reports that David was fine, but after hearing David's voice with his own ears, he was really relieved. Chairman Abe represented the most powerful secular power in the great world of God, the alliance of 24 top-tier nobles. Of course, there were only 23 of them now. Although the Baruch family had not broken away from the ranks of top-tier nobles in name, 2 of their 5th-level knights had been killed, and they had offended Duke Arthur. It would be very difficult for them to make a comeback. Even if Duke Arthur didn't make things difficult for the Baruch family, they would need at least several generations to recover their strength. Before they recovered to the level of a 5th-level knight, they wouldn't be considered a true top-tier noble. When Lord Gould heard that Chairman Abe had led 23 5th-level knights to invade planet Gammy, his first thought was to gather all of his 5th-level knight allies to support them. But then the reports showed that the 22 top-tier nobles had suffered a serious blow. The sudden appearance of the plague had caused many of the top-tier nobles to withdraw from planet Gammy. With the participation of shrines, the crisis of planet Gammy was completely resolved. Afterwards, Lord Gould began to contact David, but he had been unable to reach him. This made him very worried. Thank you for your concern. David smiled and said gratefully. Hearing Lord Gould's words of concern, he felt warmth in his heart. At least in the great world of God, there were still people who cared about him. I have already formed an alliance with some of the top-tier nobles and are preparing to file a complaint against Chairman Abe to the 5 shrines. As for the remaining 22 top-tier nobles, I think it would be best if they could be reconciled. Lord Gould suggested. David didn't expect Lord Gould to suggest something like this. With regards to Chairman Abe, he believed that with the participation of the Shrines of Justice and the Shrines of the Earth, Chairman Abe wouldn't be able to keep his position. As for the punishment of being demoted, it would depend on the mediation of all sides. At least, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. With Lord Gould's support, they could speed up the punishment of Chairman Abe, and the severity of the punishment would be increased. But David hadn't thought about reconciling with the 22 top-tier nobles. Arthur, top-tier nobles are the foundation of the great world of God. You killed 2 5th-level knights of the Baru clan. That was sudden. But this time, you killed Gerald, a 5th-level knight of the Shrines. Bolin sent word that some of the higher-ups of the Shrines are dissatisfied. Lord Gould pretended that David hadn't said anything, so he continued to explain. Nobody has any proof that I did it, right? David was very confident in his ability to infiltrate and assassinate. He explained in a soft voice. For the Shrines, if they want to know whether or not you did it, all they need is a single divine spell. Lord Gould knew that David didn't know much about the abilities of the Shrines, so he replied. David fell silent. He hadn't thought of this before. He didn't know much about divine spells. Although he himself could be tested by a divine spell, who said that a divine spell had to be used on him. According to Lord Gould, there were divine spells that could directly determine whether or not a person was involved in a certain matter. This kind of general judgment could be made by using a divine spell. There was no need to see the person involved. You're still young. You have plenty of opportunities. You don't need to use such drastic methods. You can make these top-tier nobles pay the price. Lord Gould said, worried that David wouldn't be able to accept it. Lord Gould, I understand. I will accept the mediation of the Shrines. But I won't let Chairman Abe and Lord Amos off, David said in a low voice. At least wait for a while. Wait for the wind to blow over before you act. Lord Gould felt a little helpless. He decided to use his influence to help David and reduce the backlash from the Shrines. Unknowingly, Lord Gould didn't have any doubts about David saying that he wouldn't let Chairman Abe and Lord Amos off. Chairman Abe and Lord Amos were ranked at the top of all the level 5 knights in the great world of God. This was especially true for Chairman Abe, who had been a top level 5 knight for many years. He hadn't been seen in action for many years, so Gould believed that he was stronger than before. Even so, Lord Gould had an inexplicable confidence in David. This confidence came from the miracles that David had created time and time again. I won't leave Gammy for the next 2 months, David told Lord Gould with certainty. Although 2 months is a little short, it's just enough time for the Shrines to complete their punishment, Lord Gould said with a long sigh. The most important reason he contacted David this time was to persuade David to stop. If David continued to attack and kill the top nobles, then the Shrine's attitude might change. Even Speaker Abe's decision might be affected, not to mention the other top nobles. The Shrines didn't like the top nobles to suffer great losses. This was a loss to the overall strength of the great world of God. After ending the call with Lord Gould, David no longer cared about the outside world. In fact, he was still very unwilling. His growth required soul energy. Now, even the soul energy of a level 4 Sky Knight was not enough to improve his own soul and spirit. Only the soul energy of a level 5 Temple Knight was effective. However, the news from Lord Gould forced him to stop and cancel the revenge he had prepared. There were no secrets in the aristocratic circle. The news of Chairman Abe being investigated spread quickly among the aristocratic circle. Speaker AI Bey had been a speaker for so many years, and his influence was very great. The 5 major temples had been arguing about Speaker AI Bey's matter. Although there was enough evidence to prove what Speaker Abe had done, the matter involved the chairman of the Supreme Council and more than 20 top nobles, as well as the friends of the top nobles, who were also mediating for them, and the investigation was delayed again and again. With Lord Gould's strong intervention and the joint signatures of dozens of top nobles, the situation became more complicated. The top nobles of the great world of God had never been so chaotic. The attack on Duke Arthur seemed to have involved the top nobles. As the person involved, Duke Arthur disappeared from the aristocratic circle. Gammy rejected any teleportation applications, and even Duke Arthur's communication circle could not be contacted. This inability to contact made the 23 top nobles panic, especially the attack on the Mather family. The top nobles found that their home planet was not safe either. Perhaps it was because Duke Arthur's deterrence was too strong. Some of the top nobles who originally supported Chairman Abe began to change their attitude after a month of suffering. Lord Gould cut off the contact with a top noble with a strange look on his face. "Father, did something happen?" Knight Charlie asked when he saw the expression on Lord Gould's face. He had recently learned how to manage family affairs with Lord Gould. "The Muir family asked me to mediate the conflict with Arthur. The Muir family will support me to become the new chairman." Lord Gould did not keep a secret from his son and said with a smile, "Will this put Arthur in a difficult position?" Knight Charlie did not think that it was important for Lord Gould to become the chairman. Instead, he was concerned about David's attitude. "I have already spoken to Arthur. He will accept the mediation. Of course, except for the Mather family and the Lytton family." Lord Gould shook his head and said. Lord Gould did not care about Knight Charlie's thoughts. With Duke Arthur's growth rate, Knight Charlie would have no problem protecting himself in the future with such a good friend. Chapter 853. There were sparkling flowers, emerald green vegetation, crystal clear water, and a pure blue sky. This place was like an undeveloped world. If not for the fact that there were no stars here, and that there was an inexplicable light appearing out of thin air, one would really think that this was the real world. In the sky, a huge platform was suspended in the air without any power. There was nothing above the platform except for 5 figures standing there. They were 5 figures completely formed by the convergence of spiritual energy and were similar to the energy doppelganger of a level 5 knight of the temple. These 5 were the most honorable people in the great world of God. They were the shepherds of God, the agents of God in the world. They were the archbishops of the 5 shrines. This space was a spatial fragment that the 5 shrines shared. As the 5 archbishops' identities were too special, they could not enter each other's shrines, so this spatial fragment was created. Using a space fragment just for the 5 archbishops to meet, this kind of extravagance could only be afforded by the 5 great temples that ruled the divine major worlds. This public spatial fragment could be directly teleported in from within the 5 shrines, making it very convenient for the archbishops to meet. The spiritual doppelgangers of the 5 archbishops stood barefoot on the platform. There were no other items here, but did not detract from their noble aura. Instead, it increased their otherworldly temperament. Archbishop Ambrose of the Knowledge Shrines said in a deep voice, "Archbishop Julian, hurry up and settle the matter with the Supreme Council. I've heard from the shrines that the nobles have been making a lot of trouble recently." Archbishop Julian of the Just Shrine smiled. He did not immediately respond to Archbishop Ambrose's words. Instead, he looked at the other 3 shrines, especially Archbishop Adele of the Wealth Shrines. Archbishop Adele was the only woman among the 5 archbishops, and her shrines of the wealth had the closest relationship with Speaker Abe. The reason was, of course, due to the nature of the shrines of wealth. The shrines of wealth had branches in all the important planets of the great world of shrines, operating the flow of divine gold and business operations. It could be said that the shrines of wealth had the closest relationship with the shrines of wealth among the 5 shrines. Hence, they naturally had frequent dealings with the chairman of the Supreme Council. With Chairman A.I. Bay's special friendship, Chairman A.I. Bay and the Shrines of Wealth formed a beneficial partnership. Archbishop Adele smiled at Archbishop Julian. "Archbishop Julian, you don't have to look at me. It's time for Speaker Abe and the entire circle of top nobles to be reorganized." At Archbishop Adele's position, she was very satisfied with Speaker Abe's tactfulness, but this satisfaction was not enough to affect her judgment. Ever since the battle with the god of plague, Gladstone, She had been dissatisfied with the current aristocratic circle, especially the top aristocrats. Originally, the top aristocrats were the spears of the shrines, and when needed, the level 5 Shrine's Knight of the top aristocrats would charge and break through the enemy lines for the shrines. Even if the enemy was powerful, they could judge the strength of the enemy through the contribution of the top aristocrats and decide whether they needed the help of God. However, in the battle with the god of plague, the level 5 powerhouses sent by the 5 shrines were all in their true forms, but all the level 5 Shrine's Knight of the top aristocrats were in their energy clones. During the battle, the energy clones of the level 5 Shrine's Knight were cowardly and timid, which made Archbishop Adele very dissatisfied. In fact, during the Battle of the God of War, Chairman Abe used his power to not let the alliance with him as the center to fight. Archbishop Adele was not the only one who saw this. The other archbishops were also aware of this. Therefore, this time when the top aristocrats were in chaos, the shrines did not intervene prematurely, but waited to see what would happen. The shrine's investigation was not rushed or slow, and the shrines in charge of the investigation would be influenced by the top aristocrats, either intentionally or unintentionally, causing the investigation to sway left and right, increasing the chaos in the top aristocratic circle. Since Archbishop Adele has said so, then how should we deal with it? Archbishop Julian asked with a smile. I propose that Abe be stripped of his position as chairman. Archbishop Guy of the War Shrines said in a low voice. Archbishop Guy was even more dissatisfied with the incompetence of the top aristocrats than Archbishop Adele. The battle with the god of plague was the responsibility of the Shrines of War. If it were not for the fact that the Knight of the Annabelle Temple had successfully performed God's descent, and the god of war had personally stepped in, it was very likely that this battle would have become a stain on the record of the Shrines of War. It could be said that during the entire Battle of the Gods, all the level 5 knights of the top aristocrats had contributed very little. In Archbishop Guy's opinion, this was the responsibility of Chairman Abe of the Supreme Council. Usually, the shrines of the Supreme Council could not interfere with the secular world, and the position of chairman of the Supreme Council was also decided by the Supreme Council and reported to the shrines. The shrines of the Supreme Council could not forcibly remove the chairman for no reason. Now that there was such an opportunity, Archbishop Guy did not directly voice his opinion. Stripping Abe of his position as chairman is the most basic punishment. He did not even abide by the rules of the aristocrats, and used his power to attack the greater aristocrats. I propose that he be demoted to an earl, and part of his territory be taken back. Archbishop Ambrose of the Knowledge Shrines agreed with Archbishop Guy's proposal, which was rare. Why don't we compensate Duke Arthur with the territory that we've taken back? That poor child. He's the only one supporting his family, yet he's being treated so unfairly. Archbishop Barney of the Serene Shrine said calmly, the territory that was taken back would generally become redeemable territory. The territories of the top aristocrats were the most mature after many years of operation. Even if they were left unattended, the territories would still bring in a steady stream of wealth. As long as such territories appeared in the merit exchange, the aristocrats would definitely go crazy. No matter how many merit points there would be aristocrats fighting over them. Of course, these territories would definitely fall into the hands of other top aristocrats. This was because apart from the top aristocrats, no other aristocrats could afford to exchange for merit points. Archbishop Barney's suggestion made the eyes of the other 4 archbishops light up. As for saying that Duke Arthur was a poor child, none of the archbishops would believe it. The archbishops here knew very well what kind of person Duke Arthur was. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a lunatic. However, from all the information they had, they could see that Duke Arthur had never taken the initiative to provoke anyone. He had only retaliated after being attacked. Of course, Duke Arthur's retaliation was a little strong, and the way he retaliated was a little violent. The 5 archbishops present did not have any ill feelings towards Duke Arthur. Instead, they had a natural affection for him. This benefit came from the red wine, which was known as the great world of God's best wine. Duke Arthur was not stingy and gave priority to the shrines. This made the shrines have a very good impression of him. Most importantly, the 5 archbishops here liked the red wine produced by the Gammy Star. After hearing that Speaker Abe had led people to set up a war-grade alchemy array that affected the environment, they were extremely dissatisfied. After all, this would affect the next year's red wine production. At that time, the red wine, which was already in high demand, would become even rarer. It was not surprising that the archbishops were affected by the red wine. When one's strength and status reached the level of an archbishop, material desires and spiritual pleasures could no longer affect them. Especially when one's strength reached the peak of the 5th rank, there were very few things that could affect their emotions. Because of their faith in God, they didn't have the emotional issues of a 5th rank temple knight, but they still yearned for emotional stimulation. So far, only the red wine brewed by Duke Arthur could reach this level. No one knew that the seemingly insignificant red wine had really affected the shrine's perception of Duke Arthur. All right, it's just a little territory. It's not easy for that child. Archbishop Julian nodded in agreement. Agreed. If Duke Arthur becomes a 5th rank temple knight, he will directly become a top-notch noble. This circle lacks fresh energy and young people like Duke Arthur who are full of drive. Archbishop Ambrose also agreed. Archbishop Adele and Archbishop Guy nodded. They had no objections to this. If Speaker Abe is punished like this, how will the 22 top-notch noble families be punished? Archbishop Julian continued to ask. There's no need to discuss this. According to the rules of the nobles, let them pay compensation to Duke Arthur. Archbishop Adele said first. She did not want to discuss this small matter. This matter could be arranged and handed over to the priests under her. Anyway, there were so many top-notch nobles, and it was impossible to demote them. The main culprit, Speaker Abe, would be severely punished, and the rest would be lightly punished. At the end of the day, the circle of top-notch nobles could not be chaotic for too long. Too much chaos would give the enemies hiding in the dark an opportunity to take advantage of. The great world of God's greatest enemy had never been the Zergs, but the ancient gods that had existed since ancient times. Almost all of these ancient gods were in hibernation, but the believers of the ancient gods had never been cut off. In the history of the great world of God, there were many ancient gods who wanted to regain control of the world, and the great world of God's huge world gave the ancient gods many opportunities. The 5 archbishops were all aware of this. Their greatest responsibility was to eliminate the evil gods. Finally, the question of a new speaker. What do you all think? Archbishop Julian, who was hosting the meeting, asked the last question. Archbishop Ambrose shook his head and said, Let's hold the Supreme Council in advance. We don't need to participate in this matter. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Archbishop Adele was the most direct. She took to the air after saying that and disappeared into the void. See you next time, Archbishop Julian. Archbishop Guy also rose into the air and bade him farewell. Archbishop Ambrose of the Shrines of Knowledge waved at Archbishop Julian and disappeared as well. Archbishop Barney and Archbishop Julian looked at each other and smiled, then disappeared into the space as well. The space fragment regained its peace. In the office, Speaker Abe's energy clone sat behind the desk with a gloomy expression. In the battle 2 months ago, the Litton family had suffered the least loss. This was also the result of Speaker Abe's special care. At that time, as Lord Amos had a favor to ask of Speaker Abe suggested that Lord Amos be responsible for the resources and manpower that should have been provided by the Litton family. The facts proved that this decision was correct, and this decision caused the Litton family to suffer almost no substantial losses. The other 22 top nobles suffered heavy losses, especially the Mather family, who had a level 5 knight of the Holy Temple killed. However, Speaker Abe was not happy at all. He kept thinking about the words of the 2 shrines of Earth and Justice shrines, as well as the evidence provided by Duke Arthur. These were more serious than the family's losses. It was so serious that the Lytton family would have to pay a price far greater than the losses of the other 22 top nobles. "Master, there's a Shrines of Justice's priest outside, asking to see you." The butler walked in and reported with a bow. Speaker Abe was shocked. The changes in the circle of top nobles in the past 2 months made him feel very uncomfortable. In the beginning, his forces had been able to compete with the Lord of Gould's forces. However, many of the top nobles on his side had defected to the other side. Even those who hadn't defected had changed their attitudes. They no longer treated him as their leader. "Master," the butler saw that Speaker Abe was in a daze and could not help but remind him. "Invite the priest in." Speaker Abe snapped back to reality and said with a wave of his hand. A level, 4 priests in the robe of the Shrines of Justice walked into the meeting room under the butler's lead. "Count Ebby, I brought the punishment decision of the Shrines." The priest did not even introduce himself. He stood in the middle of the room and said in a deep voice. Speaker Abe stood up abruptly and looked at the priest in disbelief. The butler on the side was aghast because he had also heard the address. Count was a title that should not have appeared behind Abe's name. Even if he did not call him Speaker, he should have called him Lord. However, Speaker Abe knew that the priest would not make such a low-level mistake. There was only one possibility, and that was that the Shrines had issued the final punishment. This was also the worst outcome that he had predicted. Count Abe has betrayed the great world of the gods, abused his power, and attacked the great nobles. Through the joint decision of the Temple of Justice, Temple of Earth, Temple of Wealth, Temple of Knowledge, and Temple of War, Count Abe will be removed from his position as the head of the council. He will be stripped of his title as a count, and he will be stripped of his Duner planet territory. The priest did not care about the look on Count Abe's face. Count Ebby's eyes dimmed with every sentence he heard. He knew that the darkest period of the Lytton family was coming. There were many things that were not mentioned in detail in the sentence, but they represented many more meanings. Putting aside his position as speaker, Count Ebby had already been mentally prepared. Demoting his title was the same as kicking the Lytton family out of the circle of top-class nobles. From now on, many of the quotas for top-class nobles would no longer have anything to do with the Lytton family. For example, the quota for Warstar, the right to distribute resources, and the right to exchange resources every month for top-class nobles. All of these would directly affect the development of the Lytton family. Chapter 854. If the above punishment caused the Lytton family to suffer a great loss in terms of power and interests, then depriving the Lytton family of their territory would fundamentally weaken the Lytton family. Now, the Lytton family still had 2 level 5 knights. As long as the 2 level 5 knights worked hard to complete missions in exchange for merits, it would not be impossible for them to return to their previous title within a generation. The greatest foundation of a noble was their territory. Although Duner was not the main planet of the Lytton family, it was still an extremely important territory. Duner had been under the management of the Lytton family for more than 10 generations. It had steadily brought a lot of wealth to the Lytton family. The most important thing was the population of Duner. There were nearly 100 million people on Duner. Only a small portion of them had the blood of the Lytton family. The rest were not members of the Lytton family. This planet was the main production area of the Lytton family's knights. In order to allow the knights' blood to appear on Duner, the Lytton family introduced some broken noble bloodlines to Duner. There are now nearly 200 low-level nobles on Duner. They were equivalent to 200 knight bloodlines. They provided the Lytton family with a steady stream of 4 knights. "May I ask where Duner will eventually go?" Count Ebby asked in a deep voice. "Duner will be compensated to Duke Arthur." The priest of the Just Shrines did not hide anything. After he announced this matter, it would be spread through the Noble Affairs Office of the Great World of God. There was no need to keep it a secret. Duke Arthur. Count Ebby's heart sank. If Duner fell into the hands of other nobles, he could still use some of his connections to transfer the 200 low-level nobles of Duner away. Of course, according to the rules, except for the Lytton family's blood, Count Ebby could not take away a single blade of grass or tree from Duner. But with the strength of the Lytton family's two fifth-level temple knights and their background, other than a few top-notch nobles, everyone had to consider the threat of the Lytton family. Count Ebby didn't dare to touch the 200 low-level nobles on Duner planet, since it was in the hands of Duke Arthur. He didn't want Duke Arthur to find an excuse to continue attacking the Lytton family. It wasn't that Count Ebby didn't hate Duke Arthur, but after witnessing Duke Arthur's strength, he understood how unwise it was to fight him head-on. He was a madman who would do everything in his power to take revenge on anyone who offended him. The problem was that this madman had the power to take revenge. Count Ebby, withdraw the bloodline of the Duner star today. You know the rules, don't break them. This matter was decided by the 5 archbishops. The cleric warned before leaving. The shrines did not want this to continue, so they issued such a warning. Count Ebby wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the cleric's meaning? He smiled bitterly and nodded. Looking at the cleric's back, Count Ebby looked at the office again. The office that he used to be familiar with now felt particularly strange. He didn't want to stay here for a moment. His energy doppelganger suddenly accelerated, turned into a shadow, and disappeared from the office. The butler silently stepped forward and packed up the things that should be taken away. Count Ebby rushed into the portal. When he reappeared, he was already on planet Lytton. He didn't go to the main castle. Instead, he flew to a valley in the distance. Through Duke Arthur's efforts, some of the top-notch nobles in the great world of God had gotten used to hiding themselves everywhere. The main castle was too obvious a target. Under normal circumstances, these top-notch nobles wouldn't let their bodies appear in the main castle. Even the energy doppelganger would find a relatively safe place to manage the family. This valley was the backup location of the Lytton family. It was where the other 5th-level knight of the Lytton family lived. Ebby, you're here. Arvid's 5th-level knight energy doppelganger was reading a book. When he saw Count Ebby's energy doppelganger appear, he nodded and greeted him. Arvid, did you see the punishment I sent you? Count Ebby asked bitterly. I saw it. We can only accept it. Arvid's 5th-level knight fingers slightly exerted force on the pages of the book. It was obvious that his mood was not as calm as he appeared to be. The Lytton family had gone through many generations. Under the efforts of the two brothers, they had reached the highest level of achievement and became the most respected top-notch noble family in the great world of God. However, all of this had been destroyed in the hands of the two brothers. How could he not feel upset about this? I want you to help me contact them, Count Ebby said softly as he waved his hand and set up a barrier of bloodline power in the room. Arvid's 5th-level knight's eyes narrowed. He finally understood why Count Ebby had hurried over to see him and not use a communication spell. Of the two 5th-level knights of the Lytton family, Count Ebby used to be the chairman of the Supreme Council and held great power. Compared to Count Ebby, the other 5th-level knight of the Lytton family, Arvid, was much more low-key. In fact, Arvid's 5th-level knight was just as important to the Lytton family. He was in charge of the dark side of the Lytton family. The most secretive part was the connection between the Lytton family and the Twilight of the Gods organization. The one in charge of this was Arvid's 5th-level knight. The Twilight of the Gods organization was not well known in the great world of God, but the nobles who really knew this name did not dare to underestimate the Twilight of the Gods organization. In the great world of God, the followers of evil gods were like gangrene attached to the bones. Normally, they would only see followers of evil gods of the 4th level and below. Even among the large number of evil god followers, it was almost impossible to see followers of the 5th level. That was because the true followers of the 5th level of evil gods were almost all in the Twilight of the Gods organization. Without the inheritance of the Twilight of the Gods, no matter how devout or how much effort the followers of evil gods put in, it was very difficult for them to advance to the 5th level. The difference between the 4th level and the 5th level was like heaven and earth. Entering the 5th level was another world. Ordinary followers of evil gods only knew how to fight on a small scale. They did not even dare to face the big nobles, let alone the top nobles. They could only find trouble with some small nobles and low-level knights. The awakening of the ancient gods in the great world of God's history was mostly due to the efforts of the Twilight of the Gods organization. Of course, the awakening of the god of plague Gladstone was an accident not long ago. If the Twilight of the Gods had been involved, the incident would not have been resolved so easily. On the surface, the Litton family and the Twilight of the Gods organization did not seem to have any connection at all. One of them was the highest level of nobles, while the other was an organization of evil gods hidden in the dark. However, the rise of the Litton family was due to the participation of the Twilight of the Gods organization. Through hidden trading channels, both sides took what they needed from each other. The Litton family could obtain the most needed merits. The Twilight of the Gods organization would abandon some of the unimportant followers in exchange for resources that only the top nobles could have access to. AI Bay, have you decided? Arvid's fifth-level knight asked seriously. Although Arvid's fifth-level knight had dealt with the Twilight of the Gods organization many times, he still maintained extreme caution. The Twilight of the Gods organization were not ordinary followers of evil gods. Conspiracies and tricks were normal for them. Arvid, do we have any other choice? Will Duke Arthur really let us and the Litton family go? Count Ebby said helplessly. All right, Arvid's fifth-level knight nodded. He stood up and walked into a secret room in the basement. There were a lot of isolation patterns here. This was the planet of Litton, the private territory of the Litton family. Arvid's fifth-level knight still had to come to the secret room. It was obvious that he was being careful. Count Ebby had never participated in this before. This time, he followed behind Arvid's fifth-level knight and stood in the corner after entering the secret room. Arvid's fifth-level knight took out a strange communication circle from his portal ring. The reason why it was strange was because the patterns on the circle were not ordinary. They were all ancient patterns. This was an ancient communication circle. There were very few items from that era that could be passed down. It was not only because of the various wars, but also because alchemy items like this would lose the protection of energy after a long time and slowly be eroded by time. Arvid's fifth-level knight placed the ancient communication circle in the middle of the secret room. He scanned his portal ring with his will and changed his clothes into a black hooded robe that covered him from head to toe. Chairman AI Bay in the corner took another step back. Although he was already outside the range of the ancient communication circle, he still instinctively took a step back. Speaker Abe had always lived under the sun, so he had a natural resistance to the dark. Arvid's fifth-level knight did not use his bloodline power. Instead, he used his will and drew on the ancient communication circle according to a certain rule. Soon, the ancient communication circle flashed with light, and the light enveloped the center of the secret room with a radius of about 5 meters. Time passed little by little. Arvid's fifth-level knight stood quietly. He was not in a hurry. The other side was also a fifth-level powerhouse, so that they could not be free all the time. 5 minutes later, a projection appeared. This projection was also wearing a black robe, but if one looked closely, they would find that the projection's feet were off the ground. According to the projection rules of this ancient communication circle, the person on the other side of the projection was also in this state. I cannot say his name. No one can predict. He is hell. He is heaven. He is greater than everything. A faint chant came out of the projection's mouth. It was hoarse and desolate, like a helpless narration, but also like a fanatical prayer. With the appearance of the projection, the light within a radius of 5 meters of the ancient communication circle dimmed a lot. The appearance of this projection seemed to have an inexplicable, strange aura. Arvid's fifth-level knight and Count Ebby did not find it strange. A fifth-level evil god's follower was a terrifying existence whose will had reached fifth level. Although the fifth-level priests of the 5 shrines also had a fifth-level spirit, they were better at fighting, while the fifth-level priests were better at support. This was due to the situation of the fifth-level evil god's followers. If the evil god's followers did not have the corresponding fighting power, they would not even have the ability to survive, let alone become a 5th-level evil god's follower. It could be said that every 5th-level evil god's follower survived continuous life and death battles. They were the top fighting power of the evil god's followers. What was even more frightening was that the 5th-level priests of the 5 shrines did not use special methods to prolong their lives. They did not care about death. That was the beginning of their return to the side of their god and becoming an eternal existence. But the 5th-level evil god's followers were different. Their ancient god was in a deep slumber and needed them to live. Therefore, all kinds of strange ways to prolong their lives have been passed down from ancient times. These 5th-level evil god's followers had all appeared. Slaughtering millions of people just to prolong their own lives had long become a normal method of the 5th-level evil god's followers. Even the Arvid's 5th-level knight had coordinated several massacres for the Twilight of the Gods. After that, the Litton family had captured the evil god's followers who had caused the massacres, making the Litton family meritorious service. No one knew how many 5th-level evil gods followers there were in the Twilight of the Gods. Even the Arvid's 5th-level knight did not know. But if one thought about the history of the Twilight of the Gods, which was even older than the great world of God, one could imagine how terrifying the strength of its existence was. Mr. 15, we meet again. The Arvid's 5th-level knight greeted him in a deep voice. The projection that he called 15 raised his face that was hidden in the hood. It was a face that was close to a skeleton. The old skin was stuck tightly to the bones of the face. There was no excess fat on the face, and even the muscles had shrunk to an undetectable degree. It's the Honorable Knights Templar of Avid. Why do you have time to contact me if you're not dealing with the Litton family's troubles? Although Mr. 15 was old, his words were extremely sharp. The Arvid's 5th-level knight's eyes flickered. The Litton family's punishment had just been decided. The shrines had just notified Count Ebby. The rest of the nobles had not been notified yet, but Mr. 15 already knew. This meant that the intelligence network of the Twilight of the Gods was not simple. Mr. 15, we have a common enemy, the Arvid's 5th-level knight said in a deep voice. Could it be that the Litton family is preparing to join us and overthrow the 5 shrines? Mr. 15 said with an unpleasant laugh. It's Duke Arthur. The Arvid's 5th-level knight ignored Mr. 15's words and continued. He had long been used to Mr. 15's temper. He was eccentric and unreasonable and did not care about the other party's feelings at all. I like Duke Arthur. He's very much to my liking. Mr. 15's words were out of the Arvid's 5th-level knight's expectations. Duke Arthur's growth is too fast. He will definitely become the greatest enemy of the Twilight of the Gods. The Arvid's 5th-level knight pointed out directly. Of course, we've always been paying attention to Duke Arthur. He's even fiercer than us. We can't let him grow any further. Mr. 15 agreed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.